What is good, everyone? Hello there. Why is the screen black? Let's see. Oh, that looks better. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Okay. Let me just give me 1 second to catch my breath here, because I just spent 5 minutes in 41 degrees Celsius chasing after Kiriko, and I'm done. I'm fucking exhausted. Just give me 1 minute here. I'll pull up chat while I do that. Thank you for the bonk. Thank you very much, Cow Soup. Hi. All right. Let's see who's here. What do we got? We got Cow Soup. Hey there. Hey Joe. Hey Jay. Hey Misha. What's good? Thank you for dropping by. Whoever that Russian person in chat was at the beginning, hello. I can't read your name, but hello. And hi Schiff, if you're still here. Hope you guys are doing well. Okay. So, let's see. You gotta put this to live chat, and then I'll pull up my Streamlabs so I can see everything properly and read chat. Yeah, so I think your name is what, Tibor? I'm sorry if that's wrong. I'm really sorry. Why are we rich in points? Is that an illusion? It is not. Oh, hi Dink. Hi Dink. You guys aren't rich. I am, yeah. So apparently not everybody reads what I write on the Discord, which is fine because I write a lot. So I'm not faulting you on that, but let me explain before we start here. I want to get into that. So, the points. The thing is, ever since we got monetized on Twitch, we have channel points on Twitch. You might have noticed that. And the channel points on Twitch are inflated as hell. But the problem here is that I cannot change how they are allocated. Like, Twitch just does that by itself. It has the same system for every channel, which means everybody gets the same amounts of points on every channel they watch on. So, that's great. The problem here is that YouTube doesn't have a channel point system, right? So I made it with Streamlabs. That's what we've been using all this time. The thing is, apparently I pay out way less points than Twitch does, but Twitch is also more expensive in their points reward, so it balances out. Basically, Twitch was about 10 times higher than what we had. So basically what we just did is we increased the points by 10. Like, everybody got 10 times the points they had before. I did that manually. That took me hours. Everything costs 10 times more, but you also get 10 times more points for everything, which means it balances out. It's just a higher number. The thing you gotta know, though, is that also means we have increased gambling. Oh yes, I said that. Please don't ban me for that. Basically it just means that you can now gamble 250 points instead of 50. And you can use slots with 50 points instead of 10, and heist goes up to a maximum of 500 instead of the 100, the 50 we had before. Why is gamble only 250 because instead of 50? Because I need to make it about the same as the Twitch commands work, and Twitch doesn't have gamble, but Twitch has watch streaks. So basically, if you watch multiple streams in succession on Twitch, you get more points than you usually would. YouTube doesn't have that, so I kind of have to offset it, and 250 points for gambling is, from my calculations, will probably pay out around the same as watch streaks, depending on your luck or non-luck. So it'll still be fine. Also, gamble is still super powerful. Hold on, when does the watch streak kick in? I think if you watch 30 minutes of a stream and then watch 30 minutes of the next stream. Hey there, Brian Wayne Huff Jr. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. There are no next action redeems on Twitch. Yeah, there are no redeems at all on Twitch yet because I didn't have the time to set them up. You can collect points. I'll make the redeems there as soon as I can. But right now, I didn't have the time. I'm sorry. 2 Mishas? Yeah, what the hell happened there? Are you schizophrenic? Yeah, I said it right. Anyways, so we got that out of the way. That means you can now gain a lot more points, and you can also gamble higher. I need to hoard up a point monopoly on Twitch stream. Feel free to do that. I don't mind. Every viewer on Twitch helps me a lot, because the more people we get on Twitch, the easier it is to get to the top of the category, and that means it's easier to get new people in, so I'm happy if you watch on Twitch. I need to be the richest emoji viewer. Yeah, just wait until I create some very expensive redeems that you want to use. I've already got some ideas. Anyways, we've been talking for way too long. Let's play some Higurashi. It's funny how I always seem to accidentally exploit the system. Yeah, we're not talking about that. That never happened. Giving Joey even more points is like giving Joey a YouTube password. Oh, I'm pretty sure they already got that. Forgot to subscribe from a new account. Oh, thanks for subbing, Misha. Thank you very much. You don't have to apologize for that. Like, it's still up to your own devices if you want to sub or not. So never apologize for not doing that. I don't blame anybody for that. Emoji merch redeem for 50k points. Now that's gonna... You know, if I could find an artist and somehow finance making some unique art designs for merchandise, like I wanted to do... Fuck you. I've been wanting to do a fall a Gravity Death merch for a long time, ever since that became a thing on the channel. I like to do that, but I need to pay the artist, and they're expensive, so it's probably gonna take a while. Emoji void merge that literally just kills you. I don't think I can do that. Okay, so I guess we're getting a Giganoji before we start playing this time. Well, give me just a minute to pull up my camera settings, because apparently they're gone again. Oh god, where are they? Why doesn't it work? Come on. Oh, there they are. Okay, we got it. We got it. Gotta get you all fired up for the murder. I'm really not happy about that right now, because as I said, it's fucking hot. It's so freaking hot. I don't want that, but still, we're gonna do it. There we go. All right, hello there. Let's put this down a bit. We're not talking about the uncleaned room, please. It's just great the way it is. We don't have to talk about that, okay? You're so freaking hot. Thank you very much. All right. So 5, right? It was 5. I always misremember. It wasn't 10, right? Still 5. 5. Okay. All right. It was 10? No, it wasn't. The mess is not my fault, by the way. Let me just make that clear. The mess is definitely not my fault, because my girlfriend spent all day yesterday cleaning up her clothes, like cleaning out. And behind me, like 10 minutes before we started the stream, I noticed that she put like 8 bags of old clothes just on that chair, and I didn't see it for the whole morning. So I very, very quickly cleaned up, but apparently I didn't do a really good job at it. So it's still a bit messy, but it's gonna be better soon. Everything's gonna be all right. Okay. You know, 5 push-ups don't seem like a lot, but if it's that hot, it's kind of not great. Okay, messy Noji, thank you. That one works very well, actually. Humans can have messy rooms. Never heard of that before. You must be an alien. All right. Okay, with very sweaty arms and everything, I'd say we're going into what I hope to be the last spurt of Higurashi. We'll see if it actually happens, but I'd like to get it done today. What is Dinkler doing in Twitch chat? Goddamn, he's always there. Why wouldn't he? It will never end. I honestly, I like it too. Not because I don't enjoy the game, but look what he said. Yeah, I saw that. I did see. I'm not too happy about that. Wow, this is loud. Can I? Maybe like that? Is it still too loud? Why does it still show advanced? Wait a second, that's not right. I need to just give me 1 second here, okay? Need to fix the poll because we got new polls if you haven't seen that yet. Got a lot of cool new games on the polls, and now I overfixed my camera. I think now is good. Wait, can we look at those folders again for science? No way. Also, YouTube doesn't have a replay function, so you can't. It just won't work. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. There will be Chef Noji. I hope there will. I thought that was very funny. Anyways, the last thing that happened, if you guys don't remember, Rena is standing out in the rain after being assaulted by Keiichi with a fucking door. I'm not too proud of that as the one playing Keiichi, but we'll just gotta roll with it, right? Just gotta go with the crazy. I'm feeling bad for her. I really do. I really am. So I kind of, yeah. I hope that we die. Honestly, the only thing that could kind of save this story for me is if we die. This game is on some edgelord shit. It is. Anyways, let's continue. We got, I think, 3 more chapters. I think it was 3. According to the achievements, we got 3 more achievements to unlock, so still got a bit to do. So, let's go. I guess I'd be lying if I said I didn't get any sleep. I tried to stay awake all night, but there were definitely gaps in my memory. I guess I kept nodding off and jerking awake. Okay. Jerking awake in a panic all night. Yeah, I do that sometimes. I spent all night hugging the metal bat and sat on top of the futon I used to barricade my door. Waiting, watching, just in case someone tried to break in through my window. If I left this spot, someone would break through the door, sending the futon flying and attack me. But if I stopped watching the window, someone would break through the glass and attack me. I tried telling myself I was just being paranoid, but I couldn't sleep. What kind of quote did you just add? Not jerking away, I said awake. It said awake. Jacking off, that's what he's doing? No, he's not. Okay, the thought of being so vulnerable scared the living daylights out of me. If sleep meant taking that risk, I didn't need it. It was so much better to just stay awake. Oh, he's going completely crazy. If you don't need sleep anymore, you're done. At some point during that endless cycle of nodding off and jolting awake, light began to shine outside, but that was it. It wasn't so much the morning as it was just the sun simply having risen. I snuck a peek out through the curtains. Rena was gone. I couldn't see her anywhere, no matter how hard I looked. Maybe she broke into your house and has been waiting for you to feel safe. Finally, I could breathe a sigh of... I could breathe a deep sigh of relief. The night was finally over. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tired, but I didn't feel like sleeping at the moment. He acts like he's scared, but he's actually enjoying this a little too much. This is gonna be a big twist. The fly incident was foreshadowing. Wait, he's just a pervert? Oh my god. Keiichi. I still had time, but I needed to make my own breakfast, so I'd better get started soon. Skipping school was also an option. With my mom gone, it'd be easy to play hooky. Honestly, I debated it. The risk involved in leaving my house was incalculable. So staying holed up in here was probably my safest option. Yeah, I would skip school as well. But staying here wouldn't solve anything. Oishi-san wouldn't help me without cold, hard evidence. Neither he nor my parents. So, unless I found some sort of proof, these relentless nights would never end. Forgot it was Monday. I caught COVID and have been pretty sick for the last couple of days. Holy shit, dude. Dr. Silver. Get well soon. Like, wow. Okay, COVID sucks. I've had that twice now. It's fucking horrendous. So I hope you get better, man. Also, hi. Thank you for still dropping by, even if you're sick. That's nice. Now she shows the drawer with the Rena figure. I don't have a Rena figurine. What he keeps. Would you stop talking about jars? Better now, but I wasn't having fun for a while. Yeah, I guess that is true. Like, every person in my household that had COVID was fine, except for me. And I just was half dead twice. It was shit. Okay. I stretched my body, tilted my head back, and closed my eyes just like I did every morning. And then there was Rena. I regulated my breathing and regained my senses. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Let's go to school. Let's wait until they set their trap for me. But that didn't mean I was just gonna twiddle my thumbs. I needed to avoid that trap and secure irrefutable evidence. Take note of the plates of any car that drives by. If I see someone suspicious, check their clothes and face. I wasn't just protecting myself, I was preparing myself to turn their attack against them and retaliate. The tension was similar to when two samurai were both aiming to slay each other with a single motion as they drew their katanas. So he's been playing Sekiro. That's nice. That's a good game. Thank you. That's great. Well done, Keiichi. But you have a metal bed, not a katana. Couldn't stay awake for more than an hour for like 2 days. Yeah, I get that. It's really exhausting. Welcome back, Ooze. Thank you for loving me. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's nice. After you're gonna be full dead soon. Probably. Or it could have been Ghost of Tsushima. Nah. We haven't played that yet. So it can't be. It can't be. COVID was shit for me, but I had Elden Ring, so it wasn't too bad. Specifically men wearing thigh highs. Alright, to each their own, I guess. I was not at a disadvantage. I would have a chance to retaliate. I finally felt a bit of courage growing in my chest. Alright, let's go to school. I tightened my grip on Satoshi's bed. He was the only partner I could count on. Satoshi, please lend me your strength and entrust your dying regrets to me, since you were probably murdered. I'll make sure I dispel them. Ooh, he's going crazy now. He's the man. How many points for you to wear thigh highs and a maid costume on stream? 100,000 subscribers. I'm not doing that before that number. No way. I'll wear it for you. Ooh, nice. You got those legs shaved? He's been playing Sekiro. I bet he got stuck on Blazing Bull like the destitute plebeian that he is. It must be that. With renewed resolve, I checked the clock. It was still early. Of course, I was gone to school by myself today. If I didn't want to run into Rena or Mion, I needed to leave now. Oh, I just hope we don't fuck. Why is the door open? The shattered fragments of the cupboard were still strewn all over the entryway. Right. I meant to clean that up last night, but never got around to it with the phone call and everything. If my parents came back and saw this while I was at school, I would never hear the end of it. Still, I'd be wasting time if I cleaned it up now. And considering what would happen if I ran into Rena or Mion, it wouldn't be too late to clean it up after I got back home. Making extra certain that the doors were locked, I left the house. Pay me $1,000 first of all? Can't do that. Don't got that much money. Everyone heard him once he hits 100k. We have to hold him to it? Sure, I'll do it. No problem. Clip it. I don't care. My uniform was still covered in mud from yesterday, so I left it in the washer. Today, I was going to school in a tracksuit. By wearing a different outfit this morning, my mind was forced to accept that today was different from yesterday. That's actually smart. That's psychologically smart. I had a hunch. How's the sound, by the way? Is the music fine or is it too quiet now because I turned it down quite a bit? Today might be the day I get killed. Keep your guard up, Keiichi Maebara. The only one who gets to decide if today is my last is me. Being killed kinda doesn't work that way. But fine. What game is this? It's Higurashi. It's a visual novel about kids killing each other. It's great. Oh, is he trying? Okay. I spent the morning practicing my swing like it was my natural routine. After a while, Rena arrived at school. Oh no, the poor girl. Also, surely for the Pizza Tower video, you wear an apron and chef's hat. I'm sure you have an apron, and also cheap chef hats shouldn't cost too much. My girlfriend has an apron. Can't wear that on stream though. Our eyes met, but we said nothing. Rena said nothing about last night, as if it never happened. Take that out of context and it gets kind of sad for Keiichi. Then wear her apron? I'm not. Nah, no way. But I could see that those events were real by the wounds carved into her fingers. I just heard her telling Sadako and the others that the bandages were from hurting herself in the kitchen. Though it wasn't like it bothered me. The details that Oishi-san shared about Rena's incident before her transfer played vividly in my mind. Now that I knew about it, I couldn't even dream of Rena as a cute, ideal girl. Oh, go away, Mion. Just wear the apron. She's gonna play your funeral when you're sleeping. Kei-chan, I see you're still aiming for the nationals. It was Mion. I had already sensed her approach, so I wasn't that surprised. Oh, Mion, if you understand, then leave me alone. I'm busy practicing. He's such a badass. I gave her a curt reply without my usual jokes. Then I gave the bat an even larger swing, tacitly keeping Mion from getting any closer. Hey, Kei-chan, take it easy. I think Mion got the message, but she still urged me to give it a rest. Homeroom's not that far off, is it? Just let me finish practicing. I recommend Ultra Kill then. We put that on the list a few days ago, so it's on there. It can appear in any poll at any time. Also, wait a second. Oh no, I forgot to add an alpha channel to the freaking... Oh god. Oh no, wait a second, I gotta delete that. Yeah, we removed polls. Ain't gonna be here today, I'm sorry. Cool animation is bugged. I messed it up, my bad. Is that Alex? It might be. He said it can appear at any poll, it will never appear. Nah, you're no fun, you gotta embrace the girly apron and have a good time. I never said it's a girly apron. I swung the bat even harder as a sign of my refusal. Kei-chan, when did you get into baseball? Just recently? Recently? You mean yesterday? Why'd you bonk me? I didn't deserve that. Femboy streamer? Nah. Don't ask if you already know. Oh, he's such a badass. Oh dear, that's very unsportsmanlike reply. You're distracting me. Go away. I ignored Mion and kept swinging. She looks happy though. I don't know why. Oh hell no, just seeing that girl makes my skin crawl. I thought you liked men. Normally she'd get mad or bored and leave if someone gave her the cold shoulder like this, but Mion just stood there, waiting patiently for me to stop swinging. I didn't sense any hostility, but we were at school in plain view. I doubt she suddenly attacked me here. Or was that too naive? Still, I was starting to get tired. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to take a break and hear her out. He's mental? Yeah, he is. You never think that you deserve the bonk when you always do Mr. Rent-A-Girlfriend is pretty good. It is! You can't judge it if you haven't seen it. It's pretty good. I swing both ways if you know what I mean. Oh, I do know what you mean. That's good for you. Okay, let's take a break. You need me for something, right? What is it? Sweat poured from me as I stopped swinging. I noticed my shoulders were heaving as I breathed. I cursed my lack of exercise. Hey, that's me! At this rate, I might not be able to move as needed when the time came. I should probably keep practicing my swings to build stamina in addition to the excuse for carrying the bat around with me. You know, if you expect to be killed today, you're not really in a position to be building stamina anymore, you know? Hey, Noji, sorry I'm late, just woke up from a nap. Hey, Dilly, I hope you had a great nap. Good morning. Good morning. Alright, let's go on. Well, it's nothing important. If you're tired, I can ask again later. Now is fine. I'm only dealing with you right now because I judged the situation to be safe. Talking to you alone and away from the others, that's out of the question. Well, Mion was uncharacteristically trying to choose her words, but unlike Oishi-san, it didn't look like she was gonna talk about something I'd rather not hear. Mion was puzzled, trying to find the right thing to say. Yeah, probably because she saw what you did to Rena's hands, you fucking moron. She's not dumb, she knows what you did. She probably saw, or somebody in the village saw, and she always knows everything, right? But then she gave a hearty laugh to break herself out of that mire. This old man's just no good at this stuff. Having a poor vocabulary hurts. What's this all of a sudden? If you have something to say, just say it. Stop it. Stop that swinging. She cut straight to the point. Her request was so frank, I didn't understand for a moment. I had already stopped swinging to listen to her, hadn't I? I just stopped, didn't I? That's not what I meant. I want today to be the last day you swing that bad. I'm sorry. It took me some time to understand what she was asking for. Probably because of the Satoshi thing, right? What's wrong with swinging a bat? Why? It's none of your business, is it? I'm not bothering anyone, am I? You are. Mion said it flat out. She's just like, yeah, you fucking bothering people. Stop it, you ass. This didn't make any sense, and that was really irritating. When did I bother anybody? Mion was at a loss for words, but she finally made up her mind and spoke, though she stuttered as she said it. Because, Kei-chan, that's someone else's bat. You shouldn't borrow it without permission. It was left behind by your student who transferred, right? I'm just borrowing it until he comes back for it. Oh, look at that. She messed up. Yes, I love swinging my bat next to innocent girls. I will definitely not get hit by it. You pig. I appreciate. Keiichi needs to level up his endurance stat. Yeah, he does. Or he should do no stamina runs like me. With Keiichi in the chat. Keiichi's everywhere. Huh? Yeah, he transferred. Mion grew uncharacteristically flustered. That made it all too clear that his transfer was a lie. But strange, isn't it? For the older brother to transfer by himself, while his little sister stayed behind? Mion couldn't hide her reaction as my words shook her up. Kei-chan, you knew? Satoshi Hojo, Sadako's older brother, right? The one demoned away last year. Unable to respond to that, Mion fell silent. Rena asked the same thing. Why did you start swinging that bad? She told me Satoshi did the same thing, practicing his swings right before he went missing. So, is this some kind of omen for Oyashiro-sama's curse? Yeah, my mic doesn't really pick that up. Mion panicked and looked around. Please, Kei-chan, don't mention Oyashiro-sama so recklessly. I don't believe in him, but the others very much do. Rena especially. Dangerously so. Anyway, you're scaring everyone. If you're just fooling around, then stop it. You have to stop acting like Satoshi. I was the one who was scared. Who do I have to thank for taking up this bat in the first place? But it still unsettled me knowing that my actions were overlapping with Satoshi's. It would be one thing if someone suggested it, but I thought I was making my own decisions. I'll say this now. I don't know anything about Satoshi. After all, you didn't tell me anything about him. We didn't mean to hide it. You were hiding the incidents that happen every year, weren't you? That's because we didn't want to, You didn't want to scare me? That's your reason for leaving me out? No, we didn't mean to. Mion, I asked you directly if something happened at the dam, didn't I? And you told me nothing had happened. When someone was dismembered and murdered, you lied to me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lie to you. Friends don't hide things from each other, right? Isn't that right? Then you all aren't my friends. Kei-chan, Mion looked helpless and flustered. Okay, I'm gonna take a break here to reiterate, because there's a lot of stuff happening right now. Amazing voiceover, thank you. Thank you. I'm ready to go as crazy as Keiichi. My internet is so slow right now. Yes, see you soon, Ooze. Yeah, and he doesn't hide what's inside of his fly either. Yeah, that's good. Freedom is always good. So, by the way, this whole section here, it kind of tells me that from her reaction, either Mion is very, very good at lying, or she really isn't evil. Like, maybe she actually does want to protect Keiichi. And that's why she's always checking up on him. And without her own wanting it to be, made him suspicious instead of feel safe. Let me just turn off my ventilation here. It's getting kind of cold. Okay. Mion looked helpless and flustered. Was I imagining the tears in her eyes? I never could have imagined Mion acting like this. Oh, by the way, those get well mochi you brought the other day, they were good. I thought I was going to bleed. Who did it? You or Rena? Me. She admitted it so easily. I couldn't help but be surprised at how easy that was. You could have killed me. How could you do that to a friend? But it was just a little prank. Yeah, there was something in there, but it probably wasn't a needle. It probably was something else, right? Mion sure is checking up on him down below. Oh yeah. Mion gave me a wry smile mixed with confusion, causing even more anger to well up inside me. You think that was a prank? I grabbed Mion by the collar and lifted her up. That wasn't the same as putting Tabasco sauce in a piece of mochi. It was a needle, a sewing needle. If I had swallowed that and it lodged in my throat, what did you think would happen? Wait a second, was it actually Tabasco? The only thing he said was that he felt a sting, right, in his throat. So maybe it was just something. I still think he's imagining the needle because they never found it, right? Mion's face froze as her body rattled in fear. This wasn't the Mion Sonozaki I knew anymore. Anyways, you're not my friend. There's no reason for me to listen to someone who's not my friend, so just leave me alone for a while. Got it? Mion wasn't replying anymore. It won't be that easy to erase me, you know. The cops have been on to you from the start. So don't think you can make me disappear like you did Satoshi. I said it clearly. This was my declaration of war. I think you guys are suspects in the previous incidents too. I also know you've spent a lot of time with the cops ever since the anti-dam movement. Don't you think you can hide it from me? Got that? How did you? No. Mion stood there with a dumbstruck look on her face. That was when I heard the principal ringing the bell for school. It was time for morning homeroom. Let's go. The class representative needs to be there, right? At that moment, for the first time, I realized Mion was sobbing as tears ran down her cheeks. You're so mean, Keiichi. I wanted to console her, but I shut my mouth. I had no need to feel guilty. I'm going. Don't be late for homeroom. I left Mion still shaking as I turned around to head for the entrance. How the fuck does this game make me feel bad for Mion fucking Sonozaki? The girl that concocted the fly incident. The girl that has never shown any sort of negative emotion. The girl that I wasn't even sure was an actual girl. Just acted like a little girl. Because Keiichi is a fucking piece of shit. Would be awesome if his house just got hit by a UFO while he was inside. What the fuck? Why a UFO? This game just has a way, it really does. If it ever makes me feel sad for Sadako, I'm going. Damn. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oops, I forgot to read. I had no idea how troubling it was to make a girl cry. Behind my back, I could hear her muttering. It was a faint mutter as she was speaking to herself. So that's how it is. Huh? She wasn't saying it to anyone. It was Mion talking to herself. But it was a sobbing voice that had a kind of giddy, cursing tone. I inadvertently stopped and turned back towards her. Oh god, is this gonna be scary? What the fucking hell? So it was that bastard. He leaked it all to Keiichi. She balled up her fists as her tears continued to rain down. She glared at the spot at the ground with a terrifying yet smiling face, cursing. A chill ran down my spine from that demonic expression. The fuck are those eyes? Are those even eyes? This transformation, Mion's transformation, was different from Rena's. I should have killed him back then. He forgot the mercy I showed him just because he was going to retire this year. Retiring this year? What's she talking about? Oh, she's like, damn it. I'm gonna kill that damned old man. Holy fucking shit. Felt like the air itself had begun distorting. With Mion at the center, the world had begun to twist and spiral, bending, whirling. This was the first time I'd experienced such a visage. Holy fucking hell, what the fuck was that? Okay, I'm back and saw two bulging eyes. What did I miss? Yeah, the girl went crazy. Mion is just, yeah. I think Mion has been shown to be a trickster and good at lying, so she could be faking it. She also opened carry, so there's that too. Yeah, she does that, that's true. Got full on jump scared. I let out a loud scream. So did I. Holy shit, this was crazy. And now she's back to normal. Rise! Attention! Mion made up an excuse for her red eyes by saying there was something wrong with her contacts. Wait, she's wearing glasses? What? Wait, what? Mion's a glasses girl? Really? We gonna see glasses Mion at some point? That would be cool. After that, neither Rena nor Mion spoke to me for the rest of the day. Neither Sadako nor Rika-chan looked me in the eye. Strangely, I didn't feel hurt. Everything had just went back to the way it was. The month since I transferred in had been almost too much fun. That was all. School was supposed to be something like this to begin with. I should have disliked that feeling, but today it felt oddly refreshing. Mion's been smoking. Yeah, she kind of got them Zaza eyes. What the fuck is a Zaza eye? The bell rung, sounding the end of the monotonous school day, which had felt so tense, yet so dull. Since it would cause a lot of unpleasant memories if they asked me to join into the club activities, I promptly started preparing to go home without even looking at them. I stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag, wrapped my hand around Satoshi's now familiar bat, and began heading towards the entrance. I was assailed by both the exhausting relief that nothing had happened today and the tiring possibility of the same thing repeating tomorrow. Bro got flies zooming around her? What? What are you guys talking about? But deep down inside me, far beneath in the recesses of my heart, achingly, I knew this would be the last day of this cycle. Using the joint make Keiichi a fucking pussy. Come on, if you experienced a stare like that, you would be scared out of your mind. I couldn't tell how the ending would be. Whether it would end as I wished it to end, or if it would end as I hoped it wouldn't. Regardless, in my current state, there was something more important than how things would end. There was something I wanted to know. Why did I have to be killed? How did it come to this? Why? For what purpose? The sunlight was relentless. The sun, the heat, even the air. They wouldn't give me my answers. Or could it be that the cries of the Higurashi were desperately trying to tell me something? I still wonder why the game is called, Higurashi. If that actually has any sort of bearing on the plot and I just haven't noticed this yet. Because it can't be that something bad happens when you hear them, because they're always there. Somewhere, mixed in with their shrieks, Tomitake-san and Satoshi were also probably trying to tell me something. I simply haven't been able to realize it yet. When I do realize it, I wonder if I will be amongst the Higurashi, fruitlessly crying to the next victim. Glancing down at my feet, I saw Higurashi on its back, spasming weakly. Wee. There was still much of the summer left, yet this one was already chirping its last song. I couldn't tell what it was saying, no matter how hard I listened. But I had to try. I had to try to listen to what it was desperately trying to tell me. At that moment, the shrills of the Higurashi ceased all at once. Are we gonna die now? As if they had huddled together, fearing that the person who brought them to their dreadful fate had arrived. There was no mistaking it. A presence was approaching. The sound of footsteps was almost non-existent. If the Higurashi hadn't warned me by ending their chirping, I wouldn't have noticed. My exhaustion left me in a heartbeat. In its place was a rush of adrenaline that sharpened all of my senses. I was just barely able to hold back that creeping, suffocating feeling of horror. It wasn't something I could hold back for long, but in this moment when I needed to be razor sharp, I was able to retain my composure. So who is it? I wasn't gonna shout like I did yesterday. I hid myself calmly among the trees, waiting for my pursuer's shadow. Could I get them to pass by me? No. Since I was able to hear their footsteps, they were probably also able to hear mine. They might have already been able to tell that I'd hidden myself and was holding my breath. That person tailing me, was it Rena, just like yesterday? If it was Rena, I wouldn't hold back. I could just yell at her and make her go ahead like yesterday. If it wasn't Rena, it would depend on how they acted, I guess. The footsteps ambled closer. Is it just gonna be the old lady again? She's just randomly walking down that path and he's going mental over it. That town looks comfy enough. I want to live there. I kind of agreed in the beginning, but I'm getting a different vibe now. Is this just like the hit game Hollow Knight? I don't think so. We talking to bugs around here? Yeah, we all are. The footsteps ambled closer. I swallowed, wiped my clammy hands on my pants, and readjusted the grip on the bat. I could tell that the fear that I had beaten back once was now waiting for another opening to come at me. Who could it be? I peeked out from behind the tree at the person following me. Huh? Okay. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, that smile is creepy as fuck. Why does she look like that? My imagination hadn't led me astray. It was Rena. There was a bit of relief as I realized it was someone I knew, but that feeling left me in an instant. Is she carrying her fucking axe? Is that her axe? Or is it, what is that? Is it a chair? What is it? It's pretty adorable. Yeah, until you see her kill you. She looks diabolical. She kind of does. This wasn't the same Rena that I knew. Her eyes were dark and lifeless, but her mouth appeared as if it was carved into a crescent. Yes, it looked like she was grinning slightly. And in her right hand, was an axe. Fuck. Shit, we're dead. Oh, fuck. Uh-oh. 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 Help. Oh, fuck. Yo, can I turn off the game? It was nice knowing you. You're gonna die with me. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, God. I hid myself behind the tree once again and recalled the unbelievable sight I just saw. Wait, she didn't notice? Oh, was that just now? Yeah, Wog. That was what it was. In a world where Inoji gets murdered by cartoon women, yeah, you enjoy that. The embodiment of terror laid bare. Baseball, practicing my swing. There are tons of excuses for me to be carrying a bat, but for that axe, there was no excuse for that. An axe, just like that. Keiichi-kun, are you playing hide and seek? I wonder. My heart was pounding. Hard enough that I had trouble breathing. What little composure I had been able to hold on to was now crushed. In its place, cold sweat gushed forth, covering my entire body, letting me know precisely what kind of emotion had taken hold. Not good. I wasn't able to hide myself completely. She already knew I was here. Were you trying to scare me, I wonder? I decided that it would be better to reveal myself now, since there was still space between us, than to allow Rena to come any closer. I adjusted my grip on the bat again, readied myself mentally, and stepped out from behind the tree. Rena just wants to ask you a question. Dude, I didn't think you could pull it off, but you did it. That was great. Now you start a full-on Yakuza fight with Dragon Engine. You mean... Because... Yeah, okay. No, we don't. I gotta vote for Kiwami for that. Oh, no! I found you, Keiichi-kun. Rena was pleased that she found me, eliciting a mysterious giggle. Her mouth was smiling, but her eyes told me she was displeased by the fact that I had been hiding. Those eyes, they were just so empty. My legs began to quiver. Oh, not good. In the pit of my stomach, some sort of vicious, hot and cold substance began spreading around. If I allowed it, that substance would slip into my bloodstream and undoubtedly freeze all the organs in my body. Not good. I'll be devoured by Rena at this rate. Strike back. Don't lose. What is it? I blustered, hiding behind my bravado, but Rena didn't flinch one bit. Just the same as Keiichi-kun. I'm heading home. And what about that axe? And what about that bat you're holding? I'm practicing my swing. Then I'm treasure hunting. Rena gave a flippant explanation as to why she had such a fearsome weapon. Treasure hunting? At the treasure mountain near the dam side, I found a new cute thing. So I needed this to dig it out. How could I believe that? You wouldn't believe it, wouldn't you? Rena's love was obviously very strange. I'd seen Rena's transformation many times before, but the one today was completely different. Like her mischievous tone and the shrewd glint in her eyes. It wasn't something that roundabout. I'm not sure what to say. It's just so obvious. Wait, Keiichi-kun. Rena didn't stop walking even as she let out that eerie laugh. Whenever Rena got too close to me, I would scurry away and turn back towards her. This cycle repeated over and over. No matter how you looked at it, I was being chased by Rena and was trying to escape. Don't follow me! I can't do that. My house is this way after all. When I met with Rena on this road yesterday, she cowered and trembled as she followed my commands, but today was different. Rena didn't show a hint of trepidation. Actually, wasn't I the one who was cowering? If the way home for Rena and me was the same, that's fine. I just changed my route. That'll work out, wouldn't it? I turned onto a side street I'd never been down and knew little about. Oh, is he gonna get murdered in a side street? That's not a good idea. You have the reach advantage? No, I don't. She got an axe. She went bonkers because you crushed her hand, dude. Yeah, I mean, I guess, obviously, but for Keiichi, it's not that. Like, of course she went crazy. If she had mental problems before, and the guy she's obviously in love with and brought fucking dinner for the night because she knew his parents were out, by the way. Nice going there, Rena. Instead of letting her in and having a good time, crushes her hands in the fucking doorway. I would probably go mental too, yeah. Small swings is enough to hurt somebody that they can no longer walk, bro. Yeah, but I can't do anything. This is... I don't have a choice. Also, I don't think I would be able to hurt Rena. I don't know. I just still think she's not the one at fault here. He did the Joker laugh. Did I? Oh, okay. Oh. But Rena saw me do that and followed me while laughing. What the fuck, dude? Okay, that was the fucking creepiest jump scare ever because she just fucking appeared out of nowhere. I need a second. Okay. I'm still good. Okay. Why? Why? Aren't you going home? Then just go home down the street you normally do. Why would you follow me down this weird little side road? Those thoughts screamed in my head, eventually spilling out of my mouth. Why are you following me? The tone of my voice was already tinged with terror. Because I want to talk to Keiichi-kun. Keiichi-kun wants to talk to Rena too, doesn't he? Doesn't he? I don't want to talk to... I don't want to talk about anything with you. That's a lie, isn't it? There's something you want to ask me about, isn't there? Not at all. I have nothing to talk to you about. That's a lie, isn't it? It's not a lie. Oh my god, she did it again. Holy shit, look at her face. Oh my god, she looks absolutely crazily mad. Did she look that way before? Holy mother of Jesus. The scariest thing of all, a woman. I'm kind of down for that though. Wait, change the art style? Oh no. Just gonna rip your fly off? I'd get my fly ripped off by Rena any day. The yandere loving streamer? Am I developing some sort of weird fetish? Alright. What was the hotkey for changing the art style? By the way, if you just save this game right now and distribute the save file to somebody that doesn't know shit about this game and he loads it up and this is the first thing they see, yeah, trauma. Bro, I know when you said that. When will this finish, man? Probably today. It's the face of a fly removal agent. Okay, let's change the art style. Wait a second. Oh, the hotkey was P. Why is it P anyways? Okay, so this is Rena in the remake style. Oh wow. Okay, this is Rena in the... No, that is the remake style. The first one was the Switch style, the newest version. P, yeah, I get it. Funny, very funny. And now, for what is probably the weirdest thing you've seen all day, the original, hand drawn by the single developer that made this game. Doesn't look so bad. She just looks mad. But cutesy. but not scary. Like, seriously, I don't think these sprites are scary at all. I think they make it way less scary. I don't know why anybody would play with those. By the way, I'm just saying, like, the art style of the guy isn't all that bad, you know? Like, yes, I don't think they are proportionate, and I think their faces look kind of weird, and he definitely isn't good at drawing hands, but, like, look at the hair. It's super detailed. This looks good. It does. I'm not talking down to that. Girl's hairline is worse than Vegeta? Come on. What a nightmarish face, really? I think this is way worse. Like, this looks like the face of a woman who has nothing left to lose. Like, she looks like it's either gonna be you or me. Okay. Rena's scream echoed, startling some of nearby birds into flight. I cringed in fear. The only other thing I could do was increase my pace. Let's talk, Keiichi-kun. Talk. Why was I running down this unfamiliar and deserted street? Doesn't Keiichi-kun have something he's worried about? Nothing at all. I'm not worried about anything. Jeez. Even though I was running, even though Rena was walking, why wasn't I getting any further away? Is he just streaming? I know. I really do know. You're scared, aren't you, Keiichi-kun? I'm not scared. I'm not scared of anything. Lies! Oh my god, I can't laugh anymore. My breathing grew heavy, and it felt like my legs were giving out from beneath me. Rena wasn't even breaking a sweat. I'll listen. This time, I'll listen. I had no idea what she was talking about or what exactly she wanted to do. This time I'll listen. It will be different from the time with Satoshi-kun. Oh, wait a second. So does she... Like, maybe Satoshi tried to talk to her about his fears? And she didn't pay attention to him, and she thinks that she's the one who made him transfer. If any girl makes that face, make sure you order a coffin. I've seen that face many a time. R.I.P. I had to move to my phone to watch. Damn, man. Do you have neighbors? Oh, yeah, I do. They constantly complain. When she said Satoshi's name, I turned back for a moment. But even as I did that, Rena was still advancing. I couldn't afford to stop. She's basically chasing him through the whole fucking village. Why does nobody do anything? Satoshi-kun was worried too. It looked like he was having such a hard time, but I didn't listen. I was so sad. Where did this street connect to? All these twists and turns, ups and downs. It was hard to believe that this was even remotely in the direction towards my home. My sense of direction had long since gone out the window. I really regretted it when Satoshi-kun transferred out. I thought that if I had listened, he may not have transferred out. I really regretted that. Are we going to the dam site? We're walking into a forest. That's not the best idea when you're chased with an axe. Beta watchers, man. Watch this on a Nokia phone. Nokia phones are great. The road led me deeper into the forest. Wasn't I getting farther away from the village the more I ran? I lost more and more of my composure the more I thought about it, but despite this realization, my inner self was still disturbingly calm. So you see, I vowed that if there was someone struggling like Satoshi-kun, I'd save them. I don't want to see anyone transfer out again. Damn it! What does transfer even mean? I won't let you transfer me. I won't end up the same as Satoshi. Come on, Keiichi-kun, talk to me. I'll be able to understand you, Keiichi-kun. I'm your ally. I started wheezing, out of breath. My lungs were so hot that they felt like they were gonna explode, and my heart was beating as fast as it possibly could. I should have practiced running instead of my swing. I couldn't even afford to scoff at that stupid thought. If Keiichi doesn't have anything to worry about, then you'll go back to normal. Everyone will be back to being friends, and we can enjoy club activities again. Next time, we'll team up and beat up Michan. Not beat up, and beat Michan. Why does it get cut up? Several more Higurashi games to stream. That's true. How do I gamble? You just put exclamation mark gamble and then the points you want to bet. But you can only gamble the points that you have. It's happened. I've reached the stream. Hey Doug, what's good? Thank you for dropping by. You got here at the most opportune moment. Oh my god. Yeah, how much fun that would be. Oh man, I'm too poor. Someone give this poor man a few points. You can check how many points you have by using the exclamation mark and points. Rena couldn't even imagine how much I wished I could turn back the clock on these past few days. You know, she has such a good female voice. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be proud of that. You could be nice to me again, too. I want to go searching for treasure again. This time, I'll prepare a nice lunch. Actually, we could just go right now. Let's go up to the dam side together. I'll show you the cute thing I just found. Wait, did you maybe... Wait a second. Did you find the arm? Did you find the arm that was missing? She found your parents? My parents are fine. I'm sure you'll like it too. My footsteps made pathetic flapping sounds as my legs wobbled and faltered. Hot on my heels, Rena's steps were sharply breaking twigs underfoot. I had to accept it. I was on the run, being chased by Rena. If she caught me, it was all over. I realized it instinctively. I couldn't even begin to think of what the end would entail. Just that if I was caught, it was all over. That's all I knew. It didn't matter how it was going to end. I wouldn't let it end. Not without knowing anything. Not yet! That momentary lapse was all it took. Of all the things that could have happened, my knees buckled underneath me and I crumbled towards the ground. Hey, congrats on winning, Ooze. Great. I tried to stand frantically, urging my legs to respond. I used my bat as a makeshift cane to prop myself up, but Rena was already standing right in front of me. Oh shit. Goodbye, Keiichi. Broken Duck technically has 5k points. He doesn't. Nope. Nope. That doesn't count. I told you about that. The inflation means everything got 10 times as expensive as well. No, you don't. No, you don't. I told you that the 5k points deal is now 50k. It counts, it does not. It's not a scam. You're earning more points anyways. It's not my fault you're never here. You can't earn points if you're not there, man. Man, bro, put a cooldown on my gambling addiction. Yeah, you can still play slots, though. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Why the fuck would you do that? Why now? I'm here now. Yeah, I know. I appreciate you being here, man. I was just kidding. But seriously, I can't just give everybody the 5k points deal now that inflation has hit. Ganoji and woman jump scare. Perfect. Thank you, Jay, for that. Very nice punishment. Okay, fair enough. I'll take that. I'll take that punishment. Okay. Let's go over to the other screen. Alright, what the fuck? Okay, wait a second. I gotta set that up again. Oh, wait. Shirt's a bit too short. Okay, let's go. Let's go. There we go. You got your 5. Alright. Let's go back to the void. I need to be in the void. Yeah, that feels better. Hello there, Rena. Thank you for being here. Apparently, Twitch chat is bugging out again, so I gotta fix that real quick. Give me a minute. It's not Twitch chat, it's YouTube chat. Why is YouTube chat so dumb? I don't get it. Always bugs out. The workout stream? Yeah, I gotta do that. Alright, there we go. YouTube chat should be working now. Or does it? Or does it not? Maybe it doesn't. Why does it not? How fast is your heart? I don't know. Okay, let's try. Oh, there it is. Hello, YouTube chat. You are now live. We want to peep the horror. Show us the horror, yeah. Okay. Ah, man. Boopy whoopy? What the hell is a boopy whoopy? Alright, let's go. Compared to me, out of breath and utterly exhausted, Rena was so cool and composed that she could have froze the air around her. She wasn't breathing hard at all. Rather, I couldn't even sense her if her heart was beating. Are you afraid of something, I wonder? It's not like you to tremble, Keiichi-kun. Can I hear her voice? Can I please hear the laugh? I want to hear the laugh. Can we play that for once? Just once. I need to hear that. Boopy whoopy? Is Hollow Knight here? I don't think Hollow Knight's here, no. Think I've seen at least 3 new people that I've not seen before in these streams? Yeah. Thank you for the bonk. By the way, the Dilly, the points increased, but the point earnage also increased by the same amount. So it doesn't change anything. You just get more points. Like, it's just a higher number. Because I need to do it like that for Twitch. It doesn't work otherwise. It's a bit of a shame. Anyways. Alright, we gotta click one further. I hope nothing happens now. The voices are on. Oh. Okay. We listening to that? Because this I want to hear if I got the laugh down. Don't forget, it's Japanese.
何が怖いのかな。怯えるなんてケイチ君らしくないよ。
Oh wow, it's even more crazy than I do. She's laughing a lot. I would be scared out of my mind. Mental, yeah. Yep, mental. Award-winning Hollow Knight. Wow, Hollow Knight's suddenly here. What's good, Hollow Knight? Poopy whoopy. The bad voice acting? Yeah, I know. Alright, her expression looked almost affectionate. Those soulless eyes. That mask of affection. As she admonished me for trembling, Rena's hands deftly slipped over her head. Oh no, is she gonna burnish the axe? Let's go Hollow Knights here. Those whoopies. Please don't kill him. The blur of arms as they moved made me feel as if I was staring at the godliness of the 1,000-armed Buddha. Then, as both of her hands met above her head, the axe that she held came into focus. Holy fucking hell. Alright, we're dead. I stared up at it in disbelief. It was all I could do. Tell me, what happened to Satoshi? Rena stayed like that with that axe raised above her head and solemnly opened her mouth. Oh no, the Oloo is back. It was as if she was expressing a farewell to a friend she was never to see again. That cruel scenario resided somewhere in her actions. I told you. Satoshi-kun transferred out. Enough of that transfer crap. It means demon away, doesn't it? Doesn't it? You can tell me now, can't you? Who made Satoshi disappear? Was it you? Mion? Or someone in the village? Answer me! I became frantic the more I screamed, but Rena did nothing but maintain that smile frozen on her face. Can this game hurry up and end? Wow, I thought you enjoyed it. I have no idea what Keiichi-kun is talking about. Then I'll say it in a way so you do. Who is the perpetrator of this chain of mysterious deaths? You seem to be confused, Keiichi-kun. What? There is no human perpetrator. Oh no. Everything is by Oyashiro-sama's will. Isn't Oyashiro-sama's curse just superstition? You believe in that too? It's not about believing or not. Oyashiro-sama exists. Period. Oh fuck. Rena's gaze grew even more gelid. The ferocity of her stare was so intense, not allowing me to question anything. There's just no way that something like Oyashiro-sama could exist. You don't believe in Oyashiro-sama? There's no way I could believe. There's no way it could exist. It exists. Oyashiro-sama exists. Keiichi-kun should have felt it personally. I never felt something like that. Keiichi-kun, haven't you felt someone apologizing to you before? What? Constantly on top of that. Wait. Wait a minute. Is that referring to the intro? Or is that referring to Rena apologizing? All noise from the outside world disappeared. Only Rena's voice resounded loudly and terribly. You see, until you forgive them, they'll always be with you. At school, at home, at your bedside. I couldn't understand what Rena was saying. It came to me too. Oyashiro-sama did. That's why I transferred and came back to Hinamizawa. I don't understand. I don't understand. What does transfer even mean? What was Rena saying? Hasn't Oyashiro-sama come to you as well, Keiichi? I didn't do anything horny. Alright. I'm probably the only one who you can confide in. I won't let you transfer out, okay? Rena's demented laughter clanged around inside my head. Was Rena saying Oyashiro-sama came to her as well? That's right. Last night I heard about that when I asked Rena. Oh, when I asked about Rena. Okay. Please keep this confidential. Also, part of this may be speculation, not all of it may be true. Are you still interested? Oishi-san began speaking. Neither the victims nor the school filed a complaint, so there's no preliminary report. Basically, the police hadn't intervened in this matter. So all of these details are just from what I heard from those involved, meaning it's not that credible. You said there were victims. Didn't Rena just break all the windows? No, Rena Ryugu had attacked 3 boys. Wait, that's new. Using a metal bat. 2 of them made it out with only bruises, but the other had been injured so badly that one of his eyes were permanently damaged. Wouldn't that be considered assault? Shouldn't the police have arrested her? For whatever reason, the victim never pressed charges. There was no report to the police, so they were beaten with a bat and suffered significant injuries. Normally there would be a criminal investigation, but why didn't they press charges? I tried asking the 3 male victims for their side of the story, but they were all reluctant. It's hard to say, but they were all afraid, even after she had transferred schools. Oishi-san, could you summarize it starting from the beginning? Rena hit people while she broke the windows? Or was it she started breaking the windows after she got bored of hitting people? They sounded similar, but the meanings were drastically different. On an undisclosed date, Rena Ryugu was conversing with 3 male students, close friends of hers, near the pool storage shed. Who were those 3? I can't reveal their names, but they were close to Rena Ryugu, and it seems they were a group of friends. She was the lone girl in their group. So it wasn't that strange that the 4 of them were together. So what happened? I don't know the reason why. She took the baseball team's bat that was in the pool storage shed and beat the 3 of them down, one after the other. What? There were no witnesses. This was an account pieced together by the information given at the time of the incident. Why are you starting a war in the chat? What's going on there? One day after school, Rena and 3 male students were at the pool storage shed talking together. They weren't seeking help. Rather, they usually met up there. It appears it became a heated discussion. At the time, Rena underwent a change. The change was so abrupt that the 3 of them didn't comprehend what was happening. Oh god, Joe is spamming again. No, please stop. Old is gold, but new is few. Might as well, right? What? No, not good. Then, taking the metal bat, she attacked her friends one after the other. Oh boy. Leaving her friends covered in blood with gashes on their heads, she made her way towards the school building. Oh, there she is again. Oh no. I don't like that sound. Then she broke the glass windows one after the other. A few minutes later, A teacher appeared on scene and subdued her. What was this change Rena underwent? What matches up in the statements from the three was a sudden change. The point was that there was a transformation. Transformation? I also could recall Rena's transformation. I'd seen that change many times before. It was so different from the usual Rena that I couldn't help but believe it was someone else who looked like Rena. That transformation they're talking about, had it happened before? No, there was nothing like that. As far as I could find out, in her medical history and past, there was nothing like that. Does that happen often when people change suddenly just like Rena did? Of course it does. There are plenty of psychological phenomena that could cause something like that. Then you're saying there was a dormant element in Rena that caused that transformation? I cannot say that for certain, but according to the statements of her friends, it's hard to believe she had such a side to her. Kind, caring, and adorable. Even before she transferred here, she was probably pretty popular in school like she was now. That girl transforming suddenly and assaulting them with a bat. Who could imagine such a thing? Nobody could have seen it coming. I myself sometimes believe that I was mistaken for thinking that was Rena, even now. Then what happened after that? There was a hospital right across from the school, so the three of them were carried in and treated quickly. What about Rena? What about the police? Why wasn't there a criminal investigation? You see, the police can't get involved unless they're called. Even though one was badly injured with permanent damage, why didn't they file charges? That's what caught my attention as well. Either some threat or pressure was placed on them, or they had a reason they couldn't file charges even if they wanted to. We're talking about you after all. Of course you looked into it, didn't you? Well, yeah. But I told you at the beginning, didn't I, that the victims were all very reluctant to talk. They didn't want to touch on the matter, or rather, they didn't want to be involved. Like the same accounts? Yeah, it's probably the same accounts. Of course it is. Joe is schizo. I'm sorry, schizo. Maybe it's shit because Hollow Knight spams a lot. That might also be the case. Reluctant to talk. Didn't want to touch it. Didn't want to be involved. It resembled the villagers here and Oyashiro-sama's curse. Did the teacher at that school tell you anything? A school is hallowed ground. You could say they tend to keep scandals under wraps. I didn't have a search warrant, so I had to tread lightly, you see. Then there was no comment from the school. No. They denied the incident even happened. Great school. Very nice. Well done, school. It's just 3 male students were carried in for blunt force trauma that day. That's all there was in the hospital records. The victims didn't speak. The school denied it happened. Then you don't know anything at all. Yeah, I know nothing other than the incident itself had taken place. The victims also wished this incident to be kept from the public, so if you and I both forgot about this, Maebara-san, then this incident will probably just fade away. For a brief moment we sat in silence. He said it, right? Let's go. Who said what? At first glance, it looked like a simple assault case. But that was just the tip of the iceberg. The depths were obscured by roiling waves sinking quietly into the void, as if it never existed to begin with. After that, she was suspended by the school. And during that time, she underwent psychiatric counseling. Did you hear anything from that doctor? Again, they were very professional in regards to their ethics. Or at least very tight-lipped. Oh god, speaking like that is making me tired as hell. I hope Oishi doesn't have a larger part anywhere in the games following. Nothing even after you show them your badge? I was told to get a warrant. The badge itself has no legally binding authority after all. Then how did you know that Rena confessed it was Oyashiro-sama who did it? There was a nurse I asked in that department. Ooh, a nurse. She agreed to help me just from showing me her badge. Showing her my badge. Okay. Then what did she say? Turns out that the nurse hadn't heard everything. Apparently, all that she remembered was that what she overheard from inside the room. Fat man hates exercise? I don't, you're just poor. Ask Joe for some points, he's got way too many anyways. The nurse said at the time, Rena Ryugu was very calm and mild-mannered. It was more like she was confessing her sins at church than a counseling session. She spoke with her mother there for some of it, but partway through, her mother was asked to leave, so it became a private counseling session between just the doctor and Rena for a while. The part with Oyashiro-sama, when did that pop up? Partway through, she screamed the name suddenly. That startled the nurse, and that's why she started listening in. It was Oyashiro-sama! Rena suddenly shouted that. I had no idea what was said before that, so I had no idea what the meaning behind it could have been. The doctor calmly and collectively asked Rena to take a seat. What is this Oyashiro-sama you speak of? Gently, ever so gently. A fundamental part of counseling is to be a good, patient listener. Whoever abandons Hinamizawa will be hunted down by Oyashiro-sama, and it's finally gotten to me. That's the town you lived in before you moved here. Isn't that right, Ryugu-san? I didn't want to move, but because of my mom and dad's circumstances, we had to. But Oyashiro-sama wouldn't allow it. Ryugu-san must have lots of friends in Hinamizawa. Even now, you must be missing them dearly, don't you think? I want to go back. Back to Hinamizawa. No, it's not that I want to go back. I have to go back. I should have gone back much sooner, but now it's too late. Oyashiro-sama has come. Oyashiro-sama is the name of the god in Hinamizawa, isn't that right? Everyone knows. It's Hinamizawa's guardian deity. And if you ever try abandoning Hinamizawa by leaving, you'll incur its wrath. You had moved quite a while ago, didn't you? Oh god. I'd rather be mauled by a gorilla than watch Inoshi play Roblox. Hey! Who did Edge? Good on you. Good on you. Oh damn, Shiv lost. Edge. Then, it was just now that this god had arrived, is what you're saying? You might not believe me, but Oyashiro-sama exists. That nurse was then asked by another nurse to do something and left the room. That was all she remembered. I'm so confused. I had 25 slaps. Oh, so okay. Yeah, we got hit by inflation, Shift. We got hit by inflation hard, unfortunately. Now, because I have to make sure that Twitch and YouTube have the same points payouts, and I can't fix the ones on Twitch, but I can change the ones on YouTube. I had to increase them to make them the same, which means that everything now gives you 10 times more points, but it also costs 10 times more points. It's pretty simple. It doesn't really change anything, except for that everything has a 0 more attached to it than before. That was all she remembered. That it was Oyashiro-sama's doing, right? I do believe there is that kind of superstition in Hinamizawa, that if you leave the village and you incur Yashiro-sama's wrath. You should be familiar with this part, Maebara-san. I knew very well what those scorned by the village incurred. To hinder the dam construction project, they cursed the construction foreman to his death. Then the following year, Sadako's parents, supporters, and leading advocates for the dam were cursed to their death. But this was the first time I've heard of the curse incurred by leaving the village. This is my first time hearing that. I can understand outside threats being cursed by the village, but why also villagers who leave? Normally, people who leave villages aren't supposed to be cursed, right? I know it's a bit strange to say it, but I could see it as a rule that the people who come in are the ones who would be cursed. Far from Jupiter, far from his thunder. Curses weren't something that chase after people that leave, were they? Oishi-san pondered for a bit over that on the other end of the receiver, then began speaking again. Well, I told you of long ago when Hinamizawa was called Onigafuchi, right? I recalled hearing that. Long ago, Hinamizawa was feared and respected as the village of demons. Oh, look, it's a new picture. Bearer of the curse. Oh no, Rena is the chosen undead. The villagers at the foot of the mountains worship the demons. So Onigafuchi was hallowed ground that you could never enter. It came to be said that if you entered carelessly, you were cursed by Oyashiro-sama. Those who set foot in Onigafuchi, in other words, Hinamizawa, would be cursed. I could understand that. I know that, but for leaving to also be no good, that's... Also, the demons, you see, they were being strictly watched by Oyashiro-sama, so they would not enter into a world. In other words, Oyashiro-sama probably restricted interaction between Onigafuchi and the rest of the world. I see. I finally understood what sort of thing Oyashiro-sama was. So basically, Oyashiro-sama is more like a warden than a protectorate deity, I guess. Trying to keep this place isolated from the rest of the world. I guess that's how it would seem. I'm sorry, I don't know very much myself. This was mostly what was passed on to me from my mother. I could understand it a bit better if it was like that. Those who came to Hinamizawa would be cursed, and those who tried to leave would also be cursed. Imagine your uncle visits you just this year just for him to die to corona. Aw, damn. Did that actually happen to your uncle? Seriously? Damn, man. I'm sorry that happened to you. Terraria is a Hollow Knight clone? What? Is it really? Keiichi is the chosen undead confirmed. I thought it was Rena. Isn't Rena the cursed one? So, because Rena originally lived in Hinamizawa and moved away, she fulfilled the requirements for being cursed. So that means because Rena moved away against its wishes, She was cursed by Oyashiro-sama. Is that what it adds up to?
In short, that seems to be what it points to, I guess. As a matter of fact, soon afterwards they did move back to Hinamizawa after all.
Those who abandoned Hinamizawa were left were cursed. But then, why only Rena? Shouldn't Rena's parents also have been guilty of the same transgression by moving away and have been cursed? Also, in this day and age in Japan, shouldn't there be a lot of people coming and going? If every single one of them was cursed, then it'd be insane. But in reality, it wasn't that big of a deal at all. At most, there would be one person dying and one disappearing on the day of the Watanagashi. Just one, that's great. Just one person dying. Bearer seek Rena. Oh yeah, I'll take that. I'll seek Rena. I don't like saying at most, though.
Well, anyways, there's a lot I still don't know. Even if it was Oyashiro-sama's curse, it doesn't explain Rena beating her classmates with a metal bat, or why the victims wouldn't press charges. You don't think the victims were cowering because they believed that a terrible curse had befallen them, do you?
Well, honestly, maybe they made fun of Oyashiro-sama. Like, maybe Rena confided in them and told them that she thinks she's cursed. And they made fun of her. And that's why she flipped. Respect the Terraria name. I can't do that if I haven't played it yet. Of course I didn't want to believe it. But more importantly, I had just realized something else. Are we finally back in the present? Because that was a fucking long section. There was another bizarre connection that Rena made between Oyashiro-sama's curse and metal bats. Oh! Is the bat cursed? That's bullshit. If that's actually true. If the bat is like some sort of carrier for the curse. Or like some carrier for diseases or something. But he did kind of go really crazy as soon as he had the bat, right? He brought the bat home and then he started thrashing everything. If it was the bat all along, I'm quitting. So am I. No more Higurashi ever again. Satoshi fell victim to Oyashiro-sama's curse and went missing. I had recently learned that Satoshi had also become infatuated with the metal bat right before he disappeared, just like me. Then Rena as well. She was affected by Oyashiro-sama's curse. She confessed that much to the doctor. And the weapon which she had used at the time of that horrendous act was, again, a metal bat. Is Oyashiro-sama some kind of weird Hinamizawan infective disease that is metal conductive, that dies on anything, that like the bacteria die on anything that isn't metal? Bro, this game needs to stop cooking now. It's getting a tad bit old. Oh no, the bat is evil. Bro, I thought this game was 6 hours long. So did I. And finally, me. I'd encountered various things that were inexplicable, and now I was holding on to a metal bat. I was shocked when I learned that Satoshi did the same thing. It couldn't be. Had the same thing happened to Rena? Could have been a demon, but now it was just a regular everyday bat. It wasn't the bat. Dilly, I don't believe you. This is pointing towards the bat. Yeah. This is actually not Higurashi, it's Batman, but not the great kind. But there was one critical difference between her and Satoshi's case. Yeah, she just grabbed a random bat, right? It wasn't that one.
that being Satoshi went missing after falling victim to the curse, but Rena was still here. Both of them had fallen victim to Yashiro-sama's curse, yet they were met with different endings. And finally, me. I couldn't call it a coincidence anymore. Rena, Satoshi, and finally, me. Could it be that I really was under Yashiro-sama's curse right now? No, more importantly than that, what should I do now? Satoshi had been demoned away, vanishing without a trace. Rena was fine. Fine? Rena had undergone a change. I could only believe that there was something that wasn't Rena residing within her. And here, right now, it was standing before me. Oh god, is it gonna be another jump scare? I don't want that. Help. Motherfucker. What the hell is that music now? Oh, dude. Rena, please tell me. What will happen to me? Rena stood imposingly, not answering. Satoshi disappeared, but Rena didn't disappear, so what will happen to me? I had never heard such an unpleasant laugh before. It had become akin to the sound of her breathing. It was no longer a voice or an expression of feeling. Don't worry, I'll save you. Rena took one step forward, still holding the axe high above her head. Bro, please help me. Now then. One step closer. Rena's face spread out to fill my vision. Speak. One step closer. Rena's nose was close enough to touch mine. That is fucking close. She's just trying to give him a kiss. And was still pushing closer. There's something you want to say, isn't there? I'll listen. I'll save you, okay? Speak, okay? Speak, okay? I slumped down, landing squarely on my butt. It wasn't for some pathetic reason. It was all I could do to get as far away from Rena. I had the gut feeling that I couldn't let her laughter in, because when that laughing ended... The moment I picked up on that feeling, my body moved by instinct. I sprang to my feet so fast I couldn't even believe it, and pushed Rena away with both hands. Your laugh is incredible. Thank you. Wait, what? Rena was as light as a feather. Thrown about by the unbalanced weight of the axe, she was sent backwards as if she had been carried off by the wind. Oh fuck, please don't tell me she's gonna die because the axe somehow lands. Oh no, please no. After confirming that out of the corner of my eye, I dashed off at full speed. I was the perfect picture of fleeing like a greased pig. Get away from Rena. Run away. Survive. I couldn't think of anything other than this. While I was running, I remembered I'd been holding on to the bat for the entire time. Such a worthless weapon. I couldn't believe I'd forgotten about this weapon at such an important time. I sped even farther down the winding path. I didn't even feel myself gasping for breath or my legs getting heavy. My body understood it as well. If I didn't run away from here, I wouldn't live. I could hear the laughter of that simulacrum of Rena coming from behind me. It rang through the trees and in my head and slowly chiseled away at my sanity. Oh no. Oh no, that's the... Is that the dam? Is that the construction site again? The grove of trees thinned out, and my vision suddenly expanding. Where was this?
For a moment I was bewildered by the scenery. I felt I knew but couldn't quite remember. I quickly realized it was the damn site. Oh my god, oh my motherfucking god, we're gonna die. We're totally dead. Damn, son. Haha. The fact that I dashed madly and ended up in a place like this gave me a bad feeling, like I was following somebody's scripted plot. I had a good view of my surroundings, but I didn't see a single soul here. This was a terrible spot for someone on the run, but there was no better place for an attacker. My heart was already on the verge of bursting. The muscles in my legs were screaming, but I did not care. If I stopped here, then they might not even be able to scream for much longer. Even still, I glanced back, looking for an excuse to rest. Rena wasn't there. Instead, I saw two villagers walking around. I breathed a sigh of relief that it wasn't Rena but a third party. Except the voice inside me rang the alarm once again. Villagers walking around weren't suspicious in and of themselves, but it bothered me. They both wore rough-looking clothes. Empty-handed, they definitely gave the impression that they were just out for a walk. But at this time of the day, two adults wandering around without a purpose, it was enough to raise questions. But more than anything else, those eyes. Holy mother shitting fuck. They weren't chit-chatting while walking, they were both silent, heading forward, looking in my direction. Was I at the end of my rope and had finally started imagining things? I should run away. That was probably the best choice. If they weren't involved, I'd lose them easily by running. If they were part of the group after me, then they would come running after me. Either way, unless I hurried up, Rena would catch up with me. That's right, I was going to run. Deciding that, the moment I began to turn tail, both of them rushed towards me as if they knew exactly what I was thinking. Oh my god, is he getting fucking damn projected? Is he gonna be dismembered? Holy shit. Somewhere inside me, I had jumped to the conclusion that Rena was the only thing I needed to be afraid of. I made the assumption that I didn't need to fear anything else, but right now, I realized just how blatantly wrong I was. Suddenly, the story Oishi-san told me about the demons all leaving the village to hunt prey floated through the back of my mind. I could tell they were both coming after me without even turning around because of their frenetic footsteps. It was frightening, being unable to shake Rena off as she slowly closed in on me. But this didn't even compare. Being pursued with such violent ferocity, this straightforward horror was unparalleled. One of the pursuers' arms grazed my shoulder. Now it wasn't just their frenzied footsteps, but also the distinct sounds of their breathing that I could hear. No, I could practically feel them breathing on me. They were already right behind me. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Still running at full tilt, I felt the surrounding area go still. No, it felt like time itself had stopped. I turned my head back slightly in that frozen world, realizing how close my pursuers had gotten to me. I couldn't win against the legs of an adult. In less than the time it would take to blink twice, when this frozen time began moving again, they'd be right on top of me. On top of me, and then? Don't think about that, Keiichi. First, realize that you won't be able to shake him off like this. If the fact that you can't get away was a given, then you need to make a decision. Go with the right leg, or go with the left. You just need to decide which one. Let's go with the left. The moment I decided that, the temporal singularity burst into pieces. Right, left. I swung the bat in a wide arc with my right arm. Using that inertia, I stopped and suddenly spun. The two of them were clearly startled. Momentarily losing sight of me, both their outstretched arms ready to grab me instead grasped at empty space. The man on the right, I applaud him for being able to figure it out, spun around to the spot I shouldn't have been and faced me in astonishment. But it was too late. I didn't even need to swing my bat. All I needed to do was extend my arms as I turned around. It was by no means a heavy blow, but it seems like I had enough power behind it.
to knock him off his feet, but just knocking him down wasn't enough to scare him away. He got back up in no time. Both of them took a fighting stance and were ready to face me. This made me certain they weren't just two people out for a walk. They were clearly after me. It felt much easier than dealing with Rena. Just by not recognizing their faces, by not knowing them, it made things easier. I smiled wryly on the inside. What do you want with me? Next one is going to be right in your face, you bastard. It's fine if it was just a bluff. By barking out at them, I was able to fire myself up. They didn't respond. They spread out to either side of me with unbelievably calm expressions on their faces. One of them would grab onto my bat and the other would hold me down. Was that their plan? Taking on both of them at once would be impossible. Hot sweat poured from every pore in my body. Then I just have to settle it with the first move. I'd step in and strike the first one down. Narrowing my target down to the man on the right who had already been knocked down before, I stepped in and swung with all my might. There was no way for an unarmed person to guard against it. It would cause immense damage. If they blocked it with their arm, their bow would snap like a twig. If they turned their back to it, then it was possible that the blow would travel all the way down to their vital organs. It looked like he was aware of this. He pushed farther through the kill zone between us and delivered a fist right into my gut. Not good. With this distance, in this position, and in this state, there was no way for me to dodge it. The world flipped upside down. I understood that I was being tossed around like a rag doll. I landed on the soft earth without a sound, feeling the grainy soil press against my face. Why are we suddenly fighting against weird random dudes? It didn't hurt at all. But the moment I thought that, I suddenly felt pain coming from the abrasions on my skin, as well as the content of my stomach being forced upwards, flooding my mouth with a bitter sensation. I knew very well that I didn't have the time to relish this experience. I stood up as quickly as I could, but at that moment, the other man was already barreling towards me. Being able to comprehend calmly that I simply couldn't dodge it made it all the more upsetting. After blowing into my stomach full force once again, my assailant twisted around behind me and locked his thick arm around my neck. My throat felt like it was being crushed by his immense strength. Yo, what the fuck? I couldn't even contemplate that I was being strangled or that I was about to go unconscious. My vision simply darkened and a silent whining noise began playing deep inside my mind. It took everything I had to keep myself from blacking out. While this was happening, the other man was more than likely standing in front of me. I wasn't able to open my eyes, but I could feel that he was there. There was nothing I could do now. Unable to shake this arm of me, I couldn't run. I couldn't fight back. Dire straits. I couldn't even come up with the phrase that adequately described my situation. What the fuck just happened? Is he dead yet? I don't know. I think so. Where are we? A familiar ceiling. The smell of the bed and pillows. I knew them well. Was this my room? Normally, there wouldn't be anyone in my room besides me, but their presence made me spring wide awake. Oh, great, we got a presence now? That's perfect. Keiichi is a sane man. I disagree. I kind of think that he imagined all of that and he's just waking up now, and he dreamt all of that. When I did that, pain shot throughout my entire body. Well, feeling all right? I think you'd better just lie down for a bit. Why was Rena in my room? Blood began to surge through my muscles and my capillaries, whatever that is. But Rena's smile belonged to the Rena I knew well. I knew I shouldn't let myself feel this way, but I relaxed, thinking that this version of Rena was safe. Why am I... Don't you remember?
After losing consciousness? Nothing at all. My body had become more lethargic than I could ever have imagined. I guess that would be expected. I guess that would be the expected outcome after exerting everything I had back there. Tried to at least clear my head, but I just couldn't shake the sluggish feeling out of my mind. I called the doctor. He should be here soon. I think you'd better just lie down until then. I wasn't injured seriously enough to merit calling a doctor, but knowing that someone impartial was coming was slightly reassuring. Why am I here? I'm sure I was at the dam site. That's what I want to know. What happened? When I got there, Keiichi was already passed out. That's why I'm the one who wants to know. I was attacked by two weirdos. As I talked about it, I finally remembered what happened right before I passed out. Recalling the memory and the terror that went along with it caused the fogginess around my head to clear right up. Let's forget about those two for now. I didn't expect Rena to be nursing me. This kind of... I think that... Oh no, it's her. Honestly, I think that he was probably just imagining Rena attacking him. Like, she was probably just being playful again. And in his paranoia, he misunderstood her. And then he ran away. And he probably collapsed due to stress or something. And thought he was being attacked. Because he's paranoid as hell. Didilly, what kind of noodles do you eat? Okay. Okay, great. Now he's gonna go paranoid mode again, right? I thought Rena was trying to kill me. She would have had the perfect chance while I was unconscious. Yep, and that proves that she doesn't want to kill you. Not only did she not kill me, she had nursed me back to health. Amazing, you could drag me all the way back here. Yeah, how'd you do that? Wasn't I heavy? Looking at Rena's delicate frame, it was hard to believe that she had not only gotten me back home, but even dragged me all the way up to the second floor. Did she have some help? Don't you remember, Keiichi-kun? Rena appeared a bit surprised, but still kept her smile. I only propped you up on my shoulder. You said you could walk on your own and that you were fine. You don't remember? I didn't remember. My memory was fuzzy after the point where I lost consciousness. What about those two? Huh? When you got there, Rena, the ones with me, or rather, those two guys. There wasn't anyone. She said it bluntly. The way she stated it felt slightly unpleasant. I was just too timid at the time. I might have been able to force some answers out of Rena, but if I did that, then this kind Rena might transform into the scary Rena who I didn't know. Fearing that, I didn't press any further. Wonder if Rena had that look at his fly while he was out. She 100% did. Because she is fucking horny. She proved that multiple times already. And if he just let her, something already would have happened at that time when he was home alone and she brought him food. Uwu, when I marry me? Chef, what is wrong with you? Don't ubu in this channel. Thinking about it was the obvious choice. If both of those men were there, I don't think Rena would have even stood a chance. I couldn't find a way to explain it unless I assumed she brought me here after those two were already gone. Rena was still smiling, her eyes sparkled warmly, yet I felt like I was hallucinating when I saw something
Something akin to a shadow slowly creeping across her face. Oh no. That small omen sent shivers down my spine. Uh-oh. While Rena was still Rena, I needed to make contact. I needed to contact Oishi-san. Rena stopped me when I tried to get out of bed. She said it would aggravate my wound, so I should sleep. I'd like to get to the bathroom, though. Sorry. Rena couldn't say anything else. While Rena stayed in the room, I quickly went downstairs to get the phone receiver in the living room. When I approached the front door, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Oh god. Oh shit. Oh fucking hell, please no, please don't do this to me. Another fucking door scene? Lies, Keiichi, you don't want to go to the bathroom, you just want to run away. Yeah, she's gonna pop up behind us. Rena doesn't like when she's being lied to. She's a real woman. It must have been the doctor Rena had called. It was strange for a patient to welcome in the doctor who was making a house call, but it would be incredibly reassuring to have him here for the considerable time it would take Oishi-san to get here. I carelessly opened the door with that simple assumption and regretted it almost instantly. Uh-oh. What? Is it Rena? Oh, fucking hell. Mion? Oh, you look just fine. I heard you collapsed, so I came to check up on you. How did you know I collapsed? I heard from Rena over the phone. Do I need any reason other than that? I understood why she would call a doctor, but why Mion too? Rena was descending the stairs behind me. Switch sprites now, streamer. We need to see her open carry. You mean like that? There she is. There she goes. She's still got the fucking gun. I mean, it doesn't... I don't think the gun is actually gonna, like, come into place at all, right? Because she doesn't carry it in either of the remake sprites. Nothing. Nothing. Only in the original. So, I don't know. It would... I'm expecting her to not use it in the whole thing. So they just took it out because it made people think she was somehow illegally carrying weapons or something. Okay. We are now sandwiched between the two hottest girls in the series, and we can't even enjoy it. Rena was descending the stairs behind me. Rena, doesn't Kei-chan look pretty alright? She made me worry for nothing. That's true. Maybe I worried for nothing as well. They both began laughing. It appeared to be cheerful laughter, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was a darkness looming over them. Wow, what's up with this shoe rack? How did it get like this? The shoe rack that I'd smashed to pieces had been like that since yesterday. I fell, you see, and the bat I was holding at the time slammed into it. This is what happens when you swing around something you're not supposed to be handling. I kept the fact that it was none of her business to myself. But leaving it like this will really startle your parents when they get home. I'll fix it up for you later. Now come, Kei-chan. The terminally ill need their rest. Come. Back in bed. The terminally ill? It's gonna die? Probably. The two only girls in the game? If you're normal, yes. Both of them urged me up the stairs. I had no chance to call Oishi-san. Oh no. I was pushed into...
I like where this is going. You downloaded the wrong version. I don't think so. I don't think we did. This is exactly what we like. Why terminally? I have no idea. But she said that, right? And that's kind of suspicious. Maybe she knows more than we do. Okay, criminology is not here. Nope. Alright. I was pushed into my bed. As it was the first time Mion had been in my room, she began searching around it intently. She fiddled around my room and was scolded by Rena. You can imagine how it went. It was uncomfortable having my room poked around, but the conversation was so benign that it was heartwarming. What happens if they find that thing behind the clock? Shut up, Throbnoji. What? Come on. Don't lie to me. As if you'd mind if Rena and Mion pushed you onto the bed at the same time. I don't know. I'd be down. I won't lie. Why would I? It's just natural, right? All right. During that innocent conversation, Mion said something as though it was perfectly ordinary. Rena, did you call the director? The what? Yep. Right after I called Mi-chan. He said he'd be right over. Director? That out-of-place word gave me a bad feeling. Natural enough for handcuffs? I'm not into that. I'm sorry, man. Rena called a doctor, then called Mion, and after that she called it director? Who was this director? Since Rena and Mion's conversation was so peaceful, it only felt slightly odd. What are you talking about? Who's this director? Didn't you know, Keiichi? We mean the director when we say director. Like the director of a movie, or like a foreman of a construction site. Oh, fucking shit. Oh, holy crap. You're a 30-year-old man, not in that way. One of the things I don't like minors. Dude, they're anime girls. You can make them as old as you want to be. If there are 300-year-old dragon ladies that look like a fucking child, then these two are totally fine. Not to mention that in Japan, and in my home country as well, those two would be considered legal, so I'm fine. It's not my fault Australia has brewed. Yes, I got here in time. Hey, Mick, what's good? Thank you for dropping by. This is fucking creepy. Why is she laughing like that? And why are they talking about a foreman of a construction site? This guy got dismembered. Why would he come over here? Not good. I dug through all of my memories for a director who might have business with me. Only one thing came to mind. What Rena had just said. The construction site foreman. The very first victim of the first incident? The dismemberment at the damn construction site? The foreman? But that was strange. He was supposed to be dead. Wait a second, but if they never actually found all of his body parts, was it ever stated that they actually did autopsy on this on the body parts and confirmed that it was actually the foreman? Or maybe he's been in hiding and they killed someone else. There's no way they could call him. Okay, if both of them go into creepy mode now with how close they are, I think I'm gonna flip. I don't understand what you guys are talking about. What does that director have to do with me? He said he was coming. Did you mean to my house? I asked one obvious question after another, but all the two of them did was smile coolly at each other. There was a huge difference between how the two of them appeared and how my suspicions were playing out. Slowly, I felt discomfort and panic welling up inside me. I couldn't understand what Rena and Mion were talking about. Keiichi, you've gotten into baseball lately, haven't you? Pretty sure the director will be happy to hear that. So who is this director? The director is the director. So who is this director? Rena and Mion looked at each other and laughed heartily. That disturbing cackle unpleasantly resounded around me. Can they stop? I don't like laughing like that. That laugh, long enough to be unsettling, ended abruptly. Oh yeah, we should finish up before the director comes. You remember, don't you, Kei-chan? Her face was laughing, but Mion's eyes told a different story. Remember? Remember what? Keiichi, had he forgotten? I wonder. About the penalty. About the penalty. Did you really forget? The homework with the mochi? The homework where you were supposed to guess which one Rena made? Uh-oh. Are they gonna force feed me needles? The needle thing wasn't real. I still don't believe that. You forgot about that homework, didn't you? Joe, what's wrong? I certainly... They're bringing the arm? The arm? Your larynx is the real victim? Larynx? What's a larynx? Certainly did have that homework, but I had thrown away the rest of the mochi after I found that sewing needle, so I wasn't able to answer which one Rena made. The penalty for that? Why now? No doubt my question was written all over my face. Their answer to my question was that dry laughter. I could no longer make heads or tails of anything. Larynx is an organ where the voice is from. Oh! Yeah, that's actually the victim. I began to think that this entire day was somehow insane. Strange. Incomprehensible. Being chased by Rena. Attacked by strange men. The penalty Mion and Rena were talking about. What were those two laughing at? It didn't take long for me to realize I had been dragged into an abnormal situation. Wait, what's going on? Who were these two? Who were these people? Who were these doppelgangers of Rena and Mion? Whoa, no! Rena had gotten behind me at some point. Oh, fucking shit. Why was she pinning my arms behind my back? What are you doing? Don't move. This is your penalty. My body was already very sluggish, and Rena pinning my arms made it that much harder to move. I seriously tried to struggle, but she wouldn't even budge. My panic began to well up, and I realized it was well beyond the realm of jokes and pleasantries. Freakishly monstrous strength. It would have been impossible for the Rena that I knew. Then these thin, frail arms grasping me firmly. Whose arms were they? Couldn't he just check if her fingers are hurt?
Wow, if even Joe is going serious mode, this must be something crazy. Hey, Chan. No struggling. Club rule number? Doesn't matter which one. You can't fight against the penalty. Mion. No, that thing that looked like Mion spoke to me like how Mion would speak to me. But I'm certain that this was not Mion. Someone who wasn't Mion. Someone who was just pretending to be Mion. Need to finish this up before the director comes. Mion fished into her pockets and pulled out something bizarre. I could tell what it was just by looking, but for such a thing to be in her pocket, my mind wouldn't accept it. What is that? It was a small syringe. Uh-oh. It was a small, clear syringe. The kind a doctor might use if you went to them with a high fever. Rena held me even tighter. Oh, wait a fucking second. Was I right? What was Keiichi somehow? What he got a shot, right? In like the middle of the game when he was sick, when he had his fever, he got a shot at the clinic. Is he maybe? Okay, so two options here, in my opinion. Either he got drugged and that's why he's going crazy, or he got some sort of sedatives and they're wearing off, and that's why he's going even more crazy now, and she has more sedatives that she's gonna give him so he can cool down and get back to normal. So when the director arrives, who I assume is the doctor, at least it would make sense, then he can actually examine Keiichi without being endangered because he might flail out. Rena is a drug overlord? Nah. Sorry. Okay. Rena held me even tighter, and I could hear that clattering laughter that no longer sounded like laughter blaring into my ear. That eerie laughter. It wasn't something that the Rena I knew could ever produce from her own throat. This thing that was pretending to be Rena, was this a real laugh? Uh-oh. Unable to defend myself, the syringe Mion was holding drew closer, and that needle tip was waved in front of my face countless times. Don't worry, don't worry. It won't hurt, it won't hurt. What are you planning on doing? What kind of sick joke is this? What are you saying, Kei-chan? You know exactly what's going on, don't you? About what? I don't understand any of this at all. I know you know. No use playing the fool this late in the game. Stop talking nonsense to try to confuse me. Uh-oh. You're going to have done to you what happened to Tomitake-san. Oh, fuck. We're dead. Alright. Goodbye. It was nice knowing you all. We're dead. Music stopped. What? The same as Tomitake-san? I didn't really understand what she meant. What did that have to do with this syringe?
You're playing dumb, Keiichi-kun. You should have realized it by now. Rena whispered into my ear, laughing as if to admonish me. But even the way she spoke was repulsive beyond compare. Playing dumb? Me? About what? What do you mean the same as Tomitake-san?
Everyone thought at first that it was a hit and run. Except when the officer got closer to check if he was still alive, he soon noticed it wasn't a normal situation. His throat was scratched out. From a knife or something? No. Nails.
Nails? Nails as in fingernails? With those gouged through? That's right. Tomitake-san had clawed out his own throat with his own nails and died. There's no way someone could die like that. So then, for that to happen, we thought drugs were to blame, but nothing of that nature was detected. That's right. The police didn't find any drugs in Tomitake-san's system. The police told me they didn't find any drugs in Tomitake-san's body. What the fuck kind of sound is that? Gweg, 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 gweg. The two of them laughed together with that sickening laughter. Of course they'd laugh. To assume that such a medicine didn't exist just because the police didn't know about it, it was completely foolish. Meaning, the drug that caused Tomitake-san to die in such a bizarre manner did exist. If Mion injected this into me, then that would probably be all the proof I needed. That would basically mean I'd end up the same as Tomitake-san. Become hysterical, scratching out my throat in my last moments, and die. For such an outrageous drug to exist, for Mion to be holding it, that I was that I was about to be injected with it. At that moment, I did not feel there was any need whatsoever to question it. What kind of idiot, when he's trying to dodge a ball flying straight to his face, has time to think of a reason as to why it's flying at him? Just give up. Alright then. Mion's actions lacked any gravitas, and that made it even more terrifying. There was none of the ceremony like when someone is sentenced to death. There was no hesitation at all, as if she were brushing her teeth. But she's looking normal right now. Is that supposed to mean something? Mion reached out with one hand and grabbed onto my chest. Felt like electricity had run through the back of my head, and the entire world had gone dark. Did I stand up too fast? Or did someone hit me really hard in the back of the head? Having lost my sense of balance, I was assaulted by a wave of dizziness. Oh no. Are we dead? Oh shit. Oh no. Is that how it ends? We're being injected with the drug and... Oh. Okay. So apparently it's not the end. I squatted down for a bit. When I came back to my senses, my entire room had changed drastically. The numbness in my head was gone, and slowly I could tell blood was flowing to my extremities again. How long had I been squatting here? How many minutes? Or has it been hours? It was almost as if the hands on the clock had stopped moving the entire time my eyes were closed. That's how little time passed. Really? The air in the room wasn't filled with that madness from before. Only a dull silence. Rena wasn't there pinning my arms, and Mion wasn't there about to inject me with a needle. No way. Could it be? All of it? Was it hallucination? There was no other presence in the room beside my own. It was the weirdest experience I'd ever had. I was certainly with Rena and Mion.
I doubted my sanity for a moment, but I was also seized with some sort of comfort. What's going on? Are they playing a prank on him again? I guess that terrible ordeal was a hallucination. Neither Rena nor Mion, they wouldn't ever do something so terrible. My head grew hot. I could tell my emotions were welling up. Why? That wasn't a reason to cry. Why? It was sorrow. Why was I sad? I don't understand. I don't understand. Kind to everyone, not discriminating against age or gender. Mion. That Mion was sprawled by the window in an unnatural pose. What? Blood stained her deep red from her head down to her chest. The bright crimson smeared on the walls. That splatter had undoubtedly come from Mion. Who the fuck? She always had that bright smile and was kind to me from the day I transferred. Rena. The same Rena was slumped at my feet and was making the same pool of blood as Mion. Couldn't comprehend what had happened. Did someone come to save me? They beat these two down with this metal bat? I finally noticed the weight in my right hand. Keiichi, you fucking moron! This can't be right. Did he just... Did he... He can't have killed both of them, right? Fucking hell. How long have they been there? Satoshi's metal bat. It was covered in a deep red. There was no doubt that this was the weapon used to mutilate both of them. And I was holding that weapon. I was the only person in the house. Whoa. Looking at this objectively, I couldn't think of anyone other than myself who could have done it. I did this? That's right. Keiichi Maebara. Of course I did it. I told myself gently, as if coaxing myself. Hey, me. There's no reason for you to remember it, nor is there a need to regret it. Eat or be eaten. You get that, don't you? But the blood, there was so much. Neither Rena nor Mion had moved an inch. It wasn't just a split forehead and a trickle of blood, nothing that simple. The entire room was splattered with red, and that told me it didn't end with just 2 or 3 strikes. Are they dead? Both of them? The depths of my mind were calm, but on the surface I was panicking and agitated. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. What happened to your usual calm self? Come now. Do like you always do. Throw your head back and take a deep breath. Come on. Once, twice. Breathe deeply. Calm down. calm down. I chanted that over and over in my head and relaxed. Color came back to my vision and smells reinfused the air. At the same time, I remembered what happened when I blacked out. Rena and Mion had attacked me. They were about to inject me with whatever caused the same symptoms as Tomitake-san. But right before that happened, I fought back. I twisted my whole body and threw Rena as she was pinning my arms. Then I followed through with my spin and rammed my foot as hard as I could into Mion's torso. It was soft. Rena tried jumping on me, so I tackled her as hard as I could and slammed her against the wall. I didn't let that brief moments of having them off balance slip by Satoshi's bed that was left carelessly by the side of my desk. Weep. At that moment, everything went pitch black. There was nothing recorded past this point in the videotape of my mind. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't that there was nothing recorded. It was recorded just fine. Just the other me inside myself had told me not to look and had turned off the TV. Just because the screen had gone black and I couldn't see it didn't mean that the videotape within me hadn't recorded it. The TV was just off. The video was still playing. The tape within me, creaking along, still playing. On the other end of that pitch black screen, that horrifying video was still playing on. Compared to this, though, the scene right before my eyes, was so difficult to take in. There was blood splattered everywhere on the walls, the two of them in these unnatural poses. Not a sign of movement from them. I couldn't even tell if they were breathing. No matter what the circumstances were, my friends, these girls, I had attacked them. I may have even killed them. But if I hadn't done this, I would have been the one done for. Balancing that out on an imaginary scale, it felt odd that I even feel bad about it. Even if it was a bit excessive, this was justifiable self-defense. The proof was all here. The two of them collapsed here, and Mion's syringe filled with some unknown drug would certainly solve the mystery surrounding the incident with Tomitake-san. And from the fact that both of these two were involved, they'd be able to pick out the criminals, one after the other. Still, I might be suspected for this, but that was just fine. Anyway, now this should be a police affair. This wouldn't fade into the darkness like Rena's past incidents. As long as the police were involved, that should bring this to a close. They'll probably revisit their investigation of the chain of incidents. Oishi-san would definitely get to the bottom of it. Meaning, my wish of not wanting to die, of wanting to know the truth, that would be fulfilled in its most basic form. It was all a matter of time now. The doctor Rena called should be getting here soon. I'll confess everything to him. I needed to contact Oishi-san. At that moment, I remembered.
Remember the very opening scene of this chapter? Was that foreshadowing? Where you could hear the bat sound, the whip crack, and a girl constantly apologize. Oh my shit. Please. For the love of fucking God, please don't tell me that Rena was apologizing while he beat her to fucking death. Not the apologizing part though, thank God. The thing is, they spoil this shit in the anime by showing Keiichi with a bat killing Rena in the first moments. Definitely an example of less being more. Yeah, that sounds shit. Why would the anime do that? So if the apologizing part isn't foreshadowing, what was it for then? Or maybe it's a metaphor. Okay, at that moment I remembered. Besides the doctor, a director had been called. It was easy to imagine that they were someone deeply involved with the incidents, judging from Rena and Mion's conversation. The ache in my chest, caused by the gruesome deed I'd done, dissipated rapidly. It was not over yet. This place was no longer safe. Stay calm, Keiichi Maebara. It's not over yet. I needed to live long enough to tell the police of this incident. At that moment, I felt I heard someone's voice from outside. Since people were speaking, it must mean there was more than one person. I moved the curtain ever so slightly and peered outside. It was a bizarre sight. About 4 or 5 grown men were all gathered at the gate. They very much resembled the 2 men who had assaulted me at the dam site today. Those 2 might even be among them. There was one person there wearing a white coat, but he didn't look like a doctor at all. My gut told me he was in disguise, only posing as a doctor. That guy would probably ring the bell and get me to open the front door, pretending to be a doctor to get me to open the door, and then the rest of them would all rush in at once. At that moment, I saw the car parked behind the men, and my heart nearly skipped a beat. The white van! Oh my god. It's all coming together. No mistaking it, that van. The one that had tried to run me down? The man in the white coat entered the gate and headed towards the front door. The rest of the men hid in the bushes and watched him. Probably couldn't pretend that I wasn't home. Undoubtedly, they just break the window and enter. I needed to get out of here somehow, then use a public phone to contact Oishi-san, then meet up somewhere. First of all, I need a weapon, then shoes. But before all that, there's one thing that I had to do. Yeah, how about you get the syringe first? You need that proof, right? I had no intention of dying. I'd live and reveal the truth about this nonsensical curse of Oyashiro-sama. But what would happen from here on, regardless of how determined I was, may bring about my demise, and that was why. There was one thing more important than getting out of here right now. The clock. I need to get that clock out quickly and take down the note hidden behind it. Damn it, the tape was sticking to it fast. It'd be fine if it was torn a little. I opened up the slightly torn note and began writing another passage with a ballpoint pen. If I wasn't able to inform Oishi-san, then the only thing I could rely on was this note. I never thought a piece of torn college-ruled notebook paper could be this reliable before. I had no time. I'd only write what I knew right now. I needed to leave some sort of information that would lead them to uncover the truth. Rena and Mion are conspirators of the perpetrators. This was an undeniable fact. I still didn't want to believe it, but it was a fact.
Anyway, I'd leave all that information that would help lead them to finding the perpetrators. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. This was everything I was able to see from the window. There may be more. Also, there was that unidentified person known as the director. To begin with, the term director didn't even mesh with Hinamizawa at all. If they were going to include the directors of the past incidents, then the only one is the construction foreman, the victim of the first murder, the very first victim in the chain of incidents. Killed in a lynching, his body divided into 6 pieces. His right arm was never discovered. The police should have confirmed that death, but Rena and Mion did both call him director. They said director. They wouldn't use that term to refer to someone who was dead. The police would never even conceive that someone who was deceased could be involved. Could that be some sort of oversight? I didn't know. But even if I didn't know, it could be a big hint for Oishi-san. That's right. They needed to start fresh from the first incident. It wasn't just a simple dismemberment, but the start of this string of mysterious deaths that would follow. So then there must be something hidden there. Please reinvestigate the victim from the dismemberment incident. He's alive. His death should have been established after an autopsy. That's what I said. Logically, you would think as much. But was that really the case? Could it have been some sort of ploy that they were able to deceive the police with? I shouldn't jump to conclusions, but he may still be alive. I had no time to ponder that right now. Oh yeah, there's something even more important I needed to write down. Tomitake's son's death was from an unknown drug. That's right, that drug. It was an irreplaceable piece of evidence. No doubt, just by having this, everything would be uncovered. I couldn't just leave that vital clue lying on the floor. This syringe is proof. Writing that down, I stuck the syringe onto the back of the clock with plenty of tape, so it absolutely would not slip out and fall to the floor. Firmly. Ding dong. The bell rang. They were here. I couldn't write anymore, but even still, there was one last thing that I had to write. I have no idea why it has become like this. This may be the closest thing to the truth of everything out of everything I wrote on this note. If you are reading this, then I am probably already dead. Though you may or may not find my body. If I was going to write out everything that could happen, either dying from the curse or being demoned away, you, who are reading this, please uncover the truth. That is my only desire. With this, my last will and testament was complete. It wasn't certain that I was going to die, but it was my final plea, just in case. I folded the note and stuck it back onto the back of the clock and returned the clock back to its usual spot. I couldn't help but pray, Oishi-san, if something happens to me, I leave the rest to you. After that, I gazed down silently at Rena and Mion. This was probably the last time we'd ever see each other. Rena, Mion, I really had thought all of us were friends. But why did it end up like this? I never had any fun in my previous school. I only worried about standardized test scores, about if the school I hoped to get into was where I really wanted to go or a safety net. That was all I talked about. It was a dull life. The people I called friends were also my rivals in studying, in competitions, in personal records, and standardized test scores. Everyone here taught me how unhealthy that lifestyle was. This month was really fun. Making a fuss over lunch, making a fuss over the club, making a fuss over the festival. Something hot began dripping down my face. Uncontrollable tears. I should have had no obligation to shed tears for them. They wouldn't stop. Even if they were after my life, even if they were trying to kill me, everything that happened this month, I wouldn't forget it. Or could it be those happy days were all a facade as well? Was it all a trap, meticulously orchestrated up until today to ensnare me? I don't think so. Could it have been that I had just arbitrarily assumed that they were my friends? That couldn't have been the case. Both Rena and Mion, they really were my friends. Those happy days. There was nothing fake or unclear about them. Someone probably forced them to try to kill me. Or their minds were taken over, possessed by the supernatural entity known as Yashiro-sama. Regardless, both Rena and Mion, they were the best friends ever. And when they were coming after me, it wasn't of their own volition. But they weren't the kind of people to sell off their friends, no matter what means were employed to force them. There was no way such a thing as being possessed by Yashiro-sama could happen in reality. And did the real Rena and Mion come after me? What was I thinking? What a silly, dumb idea. Having beaten down both Rena and Mion, I was still debating if they were the real ones or fake. There was no real or fake, only the reality that was before me. Rena and Mion were sprawled out at my feet. That was the only truth. I was only trying to twist the facts to my benefit. That I had beaten my friends to death. No matter how I spun it, it wouldn't change reality. Rena and Mion were both dead. Felt like there was a crack in the dam of strange emotions I was holding back. Felt like my calm state, which was nothing more than a bluff, had receded, and in that opening, insanity was leaking out. I killed them. I killed them. Rena and Mion. I killed them. The doorbell rang again. The unrelenting echo pulled me back into a state of composure once again. I didn't have a moment to spare. Quickly, I needed to get away. I didn't want to die. I would uncover everything after that. The identity of whoever or whatever had pushed me this far. Even if I had to drink mud and eat grass, I would survive. I would survive. I would definitely survive. I killed Rena for that very reason. I also killed Mion. I went that far just to keep living. So I can't die. For my sake, and for the sake of the late Rena and Mion, I have to survive. I ran towards the door and grabbed my shoes. The doorbell rang again as if to urge me on. Behind a single solitary door, they were there. So what's he gonna do? Is he jump out the window? The apologizing part was afterwards when Keiichi was on the train. Apologizing part was for the door finger scene? Really? But that would make no sense. If he heard the apologizing stuff on the train, if that was an actual thing that happened and wasn't foreshadowing but was actually in the timeline, that doesn't make sense to be there. Maybe it's just a metaphor. Keeping quiet, I headed towards the kitchen. Headed towards the back door. Before opening the back door, I put my ear to it and checked for people outside. No one? After I put on my shoes, I opened the door slowly so as to not make a sound. There he is! The back door! A piercing voice echoed out. That voice stabbed through me, setting my hair on end. I had to run. Get out of here, Keiichi! One after the other, I felt stuff like rational and intelligence, those things you use when you have time to spare, spill out of me. I didn't feel any pain from the branches scratching my arms or forehead. My autonomously pulsing heart also felt neither fatigue nor pain. My entire being just wished to live. There was nothing else desired. It probably had no complaints whatsoever, so of course I wouldn't feel fatigue. I just ran. I just recklessly rushing in the direction I was already heading. Even if nobody was chasing after me, I'd still be running like this. There wasn't a thought in my mind about where I was headed. Turning around, I felt a presence right next to me. That presence was, without a doubt, chasing me like my shadow. If I took even one misstep, I would be devoured. That's what I thought. So I didn't turn around. I didn't stop. I ran at full speed. Dinkler, are you okay? You're speaking in single... in single letters. Is everything good? Qua 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 qua. That was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening. Trying to tell me something, and then I finally heard it. The wailing cry of the victims who didn't make it. Would I be joining them? Qua 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 qua. That really doesn't sound like a Higurashi. Yeah, my laptop is shit. You're getting a new one though, right? Only the Higurashi knew. They knew everything. They definitely knew. So I ran towards where I could hear more of the Higurashi's chirps. But the farther I ran, the farther away their chirping became. I couldn't get near them. Why are you all running away? Was it my fault? Was I the one to blame? Then I'll apologize. I'm sorry. 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 I felt that only the Higurashi knew. What? Wait, is he maybe the one that apologized? Huh? I don't get it. Oh! Okay, that was the first chapter that ends without us being able to save. Or at least we got an achievement over there. So let's save, okay? Yeah, let's save. The smoking room was filled with a cloud of cigarette smoke. The expensive smoke filter gave off some crackling electric noise, but it didn't seem like it was doing anything at all. Why do smokers have to be shoved so far down this corridor where the sun didn't even reach? I recalled hearing that the tax revenue from tobacco was about 1/10 of the municipality's revenue. We were the most heavily taxed members of this municipality, so I really wish they showed us a little more respect. Oh! Oh no, Kumagai's a... Oh. He's not an old lady. Damn, what do I do now? I thought he was an old lady. What kind of voice do I give him now? Oh no. Should I just keep going with the old lady voice? Why would you discard the 5 manzu there? It's just decreasing your options. One of the younger detectives was having a staring contest with the mahjong magazine called Next Turn. You're still in Tenpai if you cut the 5 manzu. You're betting on a Haite, and shouldn't you be going into it with a mangan? Kuma-chan, look at the pond. They all discarded a 5 manzu. It's a safe tile. You'd hate if, at the end game, someone was sitting on a Tenpai on last turn, wouldn't you? The kid let out another groan, put out his cigarette, then took out another one. I just don't agree. Why would you reduce your own options? By the way, you can't call Ron with your winning tile in that hentai. Haite. I'm too tired. Why is that? Just then, I heard a voice coming from down the hall. Are you here, Oishi-san? You have a call from a civilian. Oh, ain't that something? Well, see you soon. Can't you call Ron on it? Hold on for a second. Oi, she's on.
The man sitting in the seat Oishi-san was heading towards waved at the telephone receiver.
Outside line from a payphone.
Oh shit, is it Keiichi?
Oh, why, thank you. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is Oishi. Who is it?
Oishi-san. Hello?
If it isn't Maebara-san, why, good evening.
From the tone Maebara-kun's voice, I already knew he was in a predicament. This was the first time Maebara-kun had phoned me, and he was calling from a payphone.
Please calm down. Did something happen?
His voice was erratic over the line. He had completely lost his sense of composure. After checking that nobody else could hear, I prompted him in a hushed tone.
What happened? Calm down, Maebara-san. I can have the local officers head to your location. I'll be there soon, too.
I think that's impossible. His voice was quivering and hoarse. He wasn't surrounded by people even as if he was making this call, was he?
Maebara-san, you're calling from a payphone right now, right? Where is that payphone?
There were no other sounds beside Maebara-kun's voice. It had to be a phone booth. I scratched out a note and thrust it at my colleague sitting across from me. Hinamizawa phone booth. He understood quickly and hastily started on the internal lines.
Calm down, Maebara-san. What is your current situation?
It was best practice to avoid flustering someone panicking, but this was an urgent case. Maebara-san didn't just get in trouble, get away, and then call me. He was in the midst of something dangerous right now. But yelling at Maebara-kun right now would just needlessly cause him to be even more frantic. Maebara-kun wasn't just calling to seek help. He was trying to tell us something more than that, and whatever that was, if I didn't get it from this call, I was certain there would never be another chance. Still at it? Yeah, but it feels like we're very close to the end. If I can, I'd like to finish it today. Welcome back, by the way. My colleague pushed a note in front of me. There's only one booth in Hinamizawa, a patrol. Is it patrol or patrol? Patrol. It's patrol. A patrol car is on the way. 5 minutes.
That's too long. How many officers are in there?
2.
Not enough.
If it was as I imagined, there were likely quite a few people surrounding Maebara-kun. 5 minutes was too long.
Did you call the officers station in Hinamizawa?
He's scheduled to be on patrol. They're currently out, and it'll be impossible to contact them.
God damn! Kuma-chan, bring the car around! Understood!
Hello?
Oishi-san. Hello? It's alright. I can hear you loud and clear.
There was something wrong with Maebara-kun. That wasn't a normal coughing sound. Vomiting? Or was it blood? Had he already been attacked? Was he injured?
Maebara-san, the police are on their way. They'll be there in a couple of minutes, so hold on somehow. Hello? Can you hear me? Maebara-san!
I could hear the other end of the line that he was having a coughing fit. The worst possible situation popped into my head.
Maebara-san! Who is the culprit? How many are there? I thought at first the culprit was human.
I couldn't tell if it was a cough or vomiting.
Are you alright? Maebara-san! I thought that the culprit was a person and not Oyashiro-sama's curse. Up until right now. But I guess in the end, it was an intense bout of coughing, then vomiting. But I guess Oyashiro-sama does exist. No, he's here. Maebara-san, please, just please calm down. I had been thinking it was strange for a while now. It's been following me this whole time. I run and run and run and run, but it just sticks to me like my shadow. But slowly, so slowly, it's digging itself into my back. Maebara-san, are they right now? Perhaps right behind you? Behind me. Right behind me. Please, Maebara-san, I can tell you're scared, but please, who is it that's right behind you? I can't just look behind me. If I do, I understand that you're scared, but please tell me. You just need to turn around a bit. Who is it? Who is behind you, Maebara-san? Right after I said that, I could hear him vomiting intensely. What followed was a nightmarish sound. Maebara-san, it couldn't be that you're clawing out your own throat. What in the name has fucking happened? Oh shit! There was no answer, but I could hear something like scratching. There was a bang, as if something was being hit. Maebara-kun had probably dropped the receiver. I could hear groaning and vomiting over on the other end, and a repeating, abnormal noise. Hello? Hello? Maebara-san! Hello? I knew how far away my voice would sound on the other end, but I couldn't help but shout. At that moment, I heard whispering coming from the other end. I couldn't tell what he was saying. From the way he was saying it, was he talking to himself? Or was he talking to someone there? Hello? Maebara-san? Rather than whispering, it was some kind of mantra he was chanting over and over. I focused my senses, trying to pick up what he was saying. What was he repeating? What exactly? Beep. Suddenly the line went dead. Did he use up his time? It was because it was a payphone. It was because it cut out so abruptly. The last thing he said came out so clearly in my mind. Oi-san, the car is good to go. Oi-san. It was... I'm sorry. Oi-san. That's what he was repeating over and over. He said, I'm sorry. I had a gut feeling there was no longer a need to hurry. I could hear the chirp of the Higurashi spilling in from the open window. Kwee, kwee, kwee. I should have been able to hear them this entire time. I just wasn't paying any attention. Why did I focus on them all of a sudden? Kwee, kwee, kwee. Were they trying to tell me something? Only the Higurashi knew. That's how I felt. What the fuck just happened? Death for Keiichi? Yeah, it really is, Jover. Oh, shit. Oh, god damn it. It's even bent over. Yeah, it just... Wow. It's not just over. It went and bent over backwards. Oh, shit. So he did end up dying the same way as Tomitake. June 1983. In Hinamizawa, a remote village near Shishibone City, there was a murder involving 2 female students. The suspect is Keiichi Maebara, aged 1X. See, they don't even tell you how old he is. The suspect called over his 2 female classmates, Rena Ryugu, Mion Sonozaki, to his house and beat them to death with a metal bat. Well, that's not exactly how it happened, though. The scene of the crime was the suspect's room on the 2nd floor of his house. The inside of the room was covered with a significant quantity of splattered blood, and there were signs of a struggle with the victims. In addition to the scene of the crime, the entryway, living room, and kitchen all had traces of a struggle. Okay, the entryway and the kitchen I kind of get, but why the living room? At the entryway, the shoe rack and wall had evidence of being impacted by a strong blunt force. It is believed to have been the same bat as the murder weapon. Having no traces of blood, it is believed the destruction occurred before the murders. There is the possibility that the suspect overpowered his victims to keep them from fleeing. In the living room, the rug had been pulled back, then thrown aside. It is hard to believe that this had a connection to the struggle with the victims, and thus the reason for this remains unknown. Maybe some of the people that were chasing Keiichi went in there and searched the house for something. In the kitchen, this is the living room and the other one was the kitchen. Why are they backwards? In the kitchen, the garbage bag was torn apart and its contents were spread out on the floor. Garbage was strewn about in the surrounding area, and handprints believed to belong to the suspect were discovered. It is believed that the suspect had for some reason taken out the garbage and struck it with his fists. The reason for this remains unknown. In addition, there was a note stuck to the fridge. The words, "Was there a needle?" were written on it. The meaning behind this remains unclear. Just in case, the garbage was searched, but a needle was not discovered. Though the garage door was functional, it had been left open ever since the suspect moved in. The garage door was found closed. The suspect's fingerprints were discovered on the garage door. The reason behind this remains unknown. The suspect fled the scene of the crime. However, a patrolling officer, Hinamizawa Local PD, found the suspect collapsed inside of a phone booth. At the time of discovery, the suspect was unconscious in critical condition. He was rushed to the local hospital for treatment, but did not regain consciousness and died 24 hours later. Shit. F. Definitely an F. The results of the autopsy indicate the immediate cause of death to have been hypovolemic shock. It was determined that the suspect had clawed at his own throat with his fingernails, and the resulting bleeding caused his death. With a similarity to the death of Tomitake-san the prior week, the police believed there to be a connection and have opened an investigation. Just for those that don't know, hypovolemic shock is when you die of blood loss. However, due to the wishes of the local authorities, it will be a confidential investigation. Due to the abnormal nature of the death, it was suspected that drugs were involved, but as with Tomitake-san, no traces were discovered. What prompted all this remains inexplicable. As such, this case is being treated as an act committed on impulse. However, with several accounts of the suspect's bizarre behavior leading up to the incident, it is possible that this was premeditated. Separated from his group of friends, isolation, inexplicable behavior. Several days before the incident, the suspect began carrying around a metal bat. The suspect was observed displaying aggressive behavior, as well as talking to himself at school. His classmates have actually heard portions of what he was saying. 2 days before the incident, the suspect declared to his parents the possibility of his own death. Due to these circumstances, the police have begun an investigation on the possibility that this crime was not committed on impulse, but was instead planned several days in advance.
Oh shit, they found the note. Afterwards, a note was found in the suspect's room that he had written himself. The note was written on 2 sheets from a B5 college-ruled notebook that had each been torn in half. And as if trying to conceal it, it was stuck hidden behind a clock on the wall. The contents are as written in the appendix. The police believe it to be strongly related to the incident. The police changed their line of investigation based on the possibility that the suspect was involved in some sort of incident himself. However, no further clues were found, casting doubt on the credibility of the note. Was the crime impulsive or premeditated? With the situation unclear and no further developments, the case has been labeled as unresolved. However, the following year, suspicion arose regarding the nature of the note. The note was not written on 2 halves of B5 paper from 2 separate sheets, but was originally a single sheet of B5 paper. In order to erase several lines from the middle, someone had torn them out. Judging from the size of the letters, the missing section is estimated to be 2 to 3 lines. It is highly probable that the person who eliminated the lines in question is not the suspect. Didn't he tore it on accident? Because he couldn't get it off? So this is wrong. Right? But where did the rest go? In addition, judging from traces of large quantities of cellophane tape being stuck to the back of the clock, speculation that something other than the note was stuck there has arisen. Oh, right, the syringe. The person who first discovered the crime was a detective rumored to have a connection with the incident, Kurado Oishi. He underwent voluntary questioning but denies involvement in any damages to the note. The suspect's note. I, Keiichi Maebara, am in fear for my life. I do not know why they are after my life. The only thing I do know is that it has to do with Oyashiro-sama's curse. Rena and Mion are conspirators of the perpetrators. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. This is all on the first sheet below. No, wait, Wait, so it was ripped out. So there was something ripped out. Yeah, there definitely was something ripped out because he wrote this section here about being in fear of his life the first time, right? And then the second time he wrote the stuff about the people and Rena and Mion. So if he ripped it while he was trying to write that, it would have been on 2 different pages. So someone actually meddled with the evidence. This is from the second sheet. The section above this has been ripped out. I have no idea why it has become like this. If you are reading this, then I am probably already dead. Though you may or may not find my body. You, who are reading this, please uncover the truth. That is my only desire. Keiichi Maebara. Wait, what part's missing? Is it the one... Did he write something about... Didn't he write something about Oyashiro-sama? About the curse not being real? No, they... Wait. Didn't he write something about the director? That part about the van and 4 to 5 adults? No, look, they said it was... They said it's here. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. And I think after that he wrote something about the director. Oh, the director and that people should and that they should investigate the first murder. That was what was on that's what's missing. So we've got the missing part about the director and the part where Keiichi asks the police to investigate the first murder again because he's alive, the guy. And the syringe. Both of these are missing. Why? That must mean that whoever came in there before found this. Like, whoever came inside the house before the police found this, found the scene where Rena and Mion lay dead. And instead of calling the police or calling a doctor or whatever, they searched the place. That's probably also why the carpet was moved. They had the whole place searched before the police arrived to eradicate evidence. Maybe Keiichi was actually onto something. Oh wait, what? That? We're done? Oh shit! A new scenario has been unlocked. All cast review session has become available. To play it, select extra on the title menu and then pick the all cast review section. Complete Onikashi. WOG. Man, that was a video game. Yeah, it was way too long, but damn was the story crazy. And it didn't explain shit. We still know absolutely nothing. We know absolutely nothing. Fucking nothing. Oh my god. Okay, this is just questions over questions over questions. We have no idea what the hell happened. That was insane, yeah. Thank you, McPie. Alright, so what is this all cast review session? Is that something we should do? We still got about half an hour left. Chapter jump? What's that? Oh, okay. Wait. Oh, so it's... I see. The chapters are put into days. Wonder if that means anything. This game was a trip. It really was. If it was like half as long, honestly, I would say it was super good. The way it was, I think it was a lot longer than it needed to be. But I might change my opinion on that after playing the rest of the games, because maybe everything actually means something and is important. Let's do this review session, whatever it is. Yeah, there's a ton of bloat. There really is. Wait, Rena is here. Oh, is that some sort of... People are rejoicing right now. Higurashi is over. Yeah, so what did you think about the game? Like, honestly, how was watching that game on stream for you? Should I do the other games in the series? I need to know that. So get back to me on that. Okay, so this is like... What? A meta conversation now? Thank you for buying Higurashi When They Cry, Onikakushi, a visual novel by 7th Expansion. How was it? If you enjoyed it, even a little bit, it would make me happy. Oh god, not her.
Even a little bit is stretching it. That incredibly dark ending made me angry, you know.
Also, they're acting like they're, like, just players themselves. Made us angry. As I understand it, this Onikakushi chapter is supposed to be somewhat of a prologue to the entire series.
How could the prologue have such an incredibly dark ending?
Yeah, but doesn't that happen sometimes? The player digging through the story in order to avoid a bad ending is the point of these types of games after all. It's still just the first chapter. I'm looking forward to the next one. Oh my god, that was the fucking prologue. Apparently it was. What happens in the next chapter? Rena, do you know? Yeah, they said the next chapter will introduce another aspect of the story. What does that even mean?
That's a strange way of putting it. What does that mean?
Thank you, Sadako. In this chapter, they introduced the string of mysterious deaths that were happening in Hinamizawa recently, right? The next chapter will introduce some of the history of Hinamizawa. With one strange event happening after another, I got totally lost. What exactly is a Yashiro-sama's curse about? Actually, what is a Yashiro-sama to begin with? They didn't explain it much. I haven't heard much about it, but I have kind of a bad feeling about it. It feels like it'll be another one of those scary stories where somebody gets cursed again. Tough luck for Keiichi. What kind of curse is he gonna get hit with this time?
However, I am looking forward to seeing what kind of story it's going to be.
Whoa.
Sorry for being late. My bad, my bad.
Oh my god, I forgot about him. Can't wait for the other chapters. This is just the beginning. Don't worry if you have a lot of questions, you're gonna have a lot more. Very good. Just please make the pacing better. Yes, please. Like, make if you play the whole series, and I think the Dilly also did. Does the pacing get better in the later chapters, or will every one of these be as 50-50 on being interesting and boring? This is so cool that the dev is self-aware enough about his own story to mimic what the player is thinking. Yeah, I think it's really cool to get input like this now. Tomitake was super dark, right?
Hey, everybody. Good work today.
Same to you. Huh? Where's Keiichi?
Keiichi-kun is taking off reading the script for the next chapter. It must be hard being the main character.
Huh? That's too bad. He could have at least poked in to say hello. It's probably because he doesn't have any character. So he couldn't poke his head in even if he wanted to. Rika! Okay, I love you. You are perfect. This is great. Rika being meta is just amazing. She just wrecked everyone. Keiichi, you are not worth shit.
Rika-san, that's what we refer to as a personal problem. In any case, that story really was a lot of trouble, especially for Keiichi-kun and Rena-chan.
Trouble? That was the mother of all bad ends!
I wonder, what was the identity of the one thing that attacked Keiichi-kun?
My theory is that it was the work of people made to look like a curse.
But Keiichi made that mysterious phone call at his demise.
Yeah, I also thought that call was strange.
At that point, Keiichi should have been certain that the culprits were people. That really was a strange phone call. It almost sounded like he was being chased by a ghost or something. Just from that phone call, it really makes me think that it was the work of a curse after all.
Since we're all here, why don't we all share our theories? Let's start with Sonozaki-san.
Oh, that's cool. So we get some different input. I think that's smart because there are a lot of possibilities and most people only have one theory and roll with that. So it's good to get more input on it. Chapter 2 is similar in pacing, but after that it gets much better, especially starting chapters 4 and 5. Oof, whoa, that's a lot to get through. That means 1, possibly 2 more chapters that are kind of boring. Oh man, that's gonna be fun. I absolutely believe it was people. I think it was a man-made incident that was just imitating the strange folklore floating around Hinamizawa. Certainly, every year, on the day of the festival, for another link in the chain of mysterious deaths to happen certainly is suspicious. That so-called chain of mysterious deaths, it has to be somebody trying to reenact the folklore, definitely.
I think it was the curse.
You are the curse, you fucking piece of crap.
Looking at the scene where Keiichi went berserk in the entryway and the last scene with the phone call, those cannot be explained with a human culprit. When you say it that way, it really wasn't the type of scene that would make you think it was the work of an actual person.
No, he was just crazy, right?
Yeah, but even then, I still think it was a person who did it. That last scene and the one in the entryway, I think that the stress must have driven him into paranoid delusions.
I think Tomitake is completely right.
You aren't helping me to understand by using such complicated words. In other words, Keiichi was so scared that he was imagining things. Then, what was the meaning behind that scene? What exactly was that mysterious presence behind Keiichi?
A red herring. Red herring.
Mi-chan, what do you mean by a red herring?
Like old man Tomitake here said, that scene was the result of Kei-chan having a stress-induced delusion from being mentally cornered. The overly graphic depiction was a ploy to make the player think it was a curse. That's why it was a red herring.
When you say it like that, but...
Well, it just means that there's that possibility.
In that case, the theory that Ueshi-san proposed during the story that it was a conspiracy by the villagers was correct? What does the man himself have to say about that?
Me? It makes you think, huh? Huh? I totally thought that Ueshi-san would be behind the people explanation. During the story, it was definitely the work of the people. But if a person really was to blame, it leaves a lot of that loose ends.
Like what? Let us hear what Detective Ueshi-san's theory is.
First of all, if a human is the culprit, there has to be a motive. In other words, somebody has to gain something from it.
So what you mean is, if this was the work of people, there would have to be something gained from causing the chain of mysterious deaths?
Exactly. I felt that somebody could have benefited from the deaths of people related to the dam development, but the recent victims weren't related to that at all.
Chapter 3 is one of the best though, so don't worry. I don't know about that. It has Sadako on the cover. It was the work of Hollow Knight, killing people because they didn't play the game. Oh no, I'm in danger.
Remember that you have to use my epic thumbnail for the second game? Oh, I will. It's pronounced red herring. Nah. First off, who benefits from killing Maebara-san? Well, I don't know. Actually, that's a pretty good point. I see. If you say it like this, if you say it like that, my case is kind of weak too.
None of your money was stolen. There's no way it was human culprits. But that's not everything there is to it, right? Like Mii-chan just said, there might be some sort of reason for them to reenact the folklore. Exactly. This wasn't a murder where you consider the typical motives. It makes me think that this was most likely some sort of ritualistic murder to reenact the bloodstained history of the village. So I'll ask the question of the hour. Who gains from this reenactment?
It's not about simple benefit, it's more a psychological reason. I think that maybe this was an act of revenge. Something native to the region, some connection not touched on this time around. I see. A member of some repressed family looking to air out an old grudge of their ancestors. Something like that. I don't like that.
Then what is it? It couldn't be that you're leaning towards the curse explanation, Oishi-san.
That's right. The man playing the detective said so. It's decided it was a curse.
If, as Maebara-san said during the story, it was the case that Oyashiro-sama possessed Ryugu-san and Sonozaki-san and committed those acts, that would fit the evidence the most, as much as I hate to say it.
Actually, I'm of the same opinion as Oishi-san. I can't come up with any other explanation for the normally kind Rena and Mii-chan to suddenly start acting like that. About that, it may sound strange coming from the person herself, but I think that Mion, did it. I don't get what Mii is saying. I'd like an explanation. Oh, sorry. In other words, I think this may end up being a really cruel story. Huh? Wait, Mii-chan, you don't mean...
Taking the human culprit theory to its logical conclusion, that's how it would seem. I also have my suspicions. In other words, Ryugu-san and Sonozaki-san both actually had those personalities to begin with and were merely deceiving Maebara-san. Am I right?
Not at all! This is all the curse's fault! Rena-san and Mion-san and everyone else are all kind, nice people! I think that too. I think that Rena and Mion are really good people at heart. I think that during the story, they must have been possessed by something. So Rena also thinks it was a curse. Then let me ask everybody who thinks it was a curse. There has to be a reason for a curse, right? It doesn't make sense for a curse to just indiscriminately befall someone. Can somebody explain that? A curse is a curse. Human logic won't get us anywhere.
Saruko-chan, a personified deity is, in the end, nothing more than the creation of people. That's why their method of thinking is also understandable to humans. Just take a look at the Greek pantheon. They cry, get angry, get jealous. Basically, they're just like humans.
So what you're saying is that Oyashiro-sama is cursing people with some benefit in mind?
That's an odd way of putting it, but basically yes. That's why they say, far from Jupiter, far from his thunder.
Didn't Keiichi also say that? I've never heard that before.
You do have a point.
Basically, it doesn't matter if it's Oyashiro-sama or humans. There has to be a reason. the reason isn't clear. I don't know. That's right. This is still just the prologue. There's still a lot of stuff that hasn't been revealed yet.
Yeah, it's hard to come up with any more theories at this point.
No, I won't be satisfied until this is all made clear. Mion-san seems rather particular about this. We'll just make the best with what we know. Doesn't this feel interesting? Like the club a little bit. Ah, yeah. If you put it that way, it does seem interesting. Oh my god. Oh fuck no. It's the music. Oh shit. I thought it was done. Is this also super long? Will everyone's opinion on Sadako change, I wonder? No way. It's coming from the guy who likes Sadako because of her tragic backstory. Watching Inoji play this game, and then depending if this becomes a regular series or not, I'm gonna play the other games. I hope he will get to game 3 so that we can all see what Sadako has to offer. That sounds wrong. She's nothing, by the way. She is a stain to humanity. I mean, honestly, there probably is more to Sadako, because you gotta be honest, Sadako and Rika kind of disappeared after the first half of the game here, right? They didn't really have any role other than being at school. Sadako has to offer being annoying, yeah, for that part, yes. So maybe if we actually, like, this part focused mostly on Rena, right? So I think we're gonna be, if this is gonna go the way that I expect it to go, we're probably gonna get like 4 stories that each concentrate on one of the girls. So we're probably gonna know a lot more about the other 3 than we do now, so I don't want to judge them yet. Ironic, since the club is the least interesting part of the game. Yeah, but the music is great. Like, I really like this music. The piano is cool, the bass is cool.
Well then, let's summarize. Let's see, I think it was a curse. Tomitake-kun thinks it was people, right? Yeah, I'll go with it being people.
I also agree with the people explanation. That's not to say I hate such fantastic things like curses, but in this particular case, the connection to a curse is a little weak.
2 for the people explanation then. Ryoku-san was on the curse side of things, right?
Yep. Sadako-chan and I believe it was a curse, right? Yeah, I think it was a curse. People who say that Rena-san and Mion-san were evil to begin with are more befitting of a curse.
I'm a dip now because it's just a summary of the entire game to see. Alright, man. Thanks for being here, man. Have a good one.
Well, I don't want to believe that my own personality was that twisted. But I have to keep a cool head when I'm in club mode. If I base my choice on just emotion, I'll regret it, you know.
Well now, it doesn't really matter which side you pick, does it?
Huh? Rika-chan hasn't said anything yet. What do you think? I don't think that Oyashiro-sama is a bad god.
That's a weird way of putting it.
Aw, that's an interesting opinion.
I don't want to worship some bad god that just curses people. I'd like a generous god more than the one that curses. That's right, Rika-chan is a shrine maiden. Yup, good opinion. Then what? If Rika-chan doesn't believe it was Oyashiro-sama, then do you think the perpetrators were humans after all? We'll just go with that.
She's mysterious even in this part. She's also the only one who made a meta joke so far.
Well now, that means the votes are split right down in the middle. So half of us think it was a curse, and half of us think it was people? Ren-chan, just for reference, what did the test players who played the beta version think?
Yeah, there were a lot more players who believed in the people explanation.
So do I, by the way.
Say right there. Our veteran comrades are cold, collected, and very observant.
But the beta version only finished partway through the story.
That's right. Even the people who play the beta might change their minds if they go through to the very end. What should we do then? This means that the opinions are still split. It's no fun if we don't settle this. We need there to be an odd number of judges. In other words, we need one more opinion.
Perfect timing then. Why don't we ask Keiichi himself? Let's call him. The opinion of the victim himself is very valuable.
Since that's decided, it's time for the phone.
What's gonna happen now?
Hello, Keiichi-kun, it's Rena. Are you busy with work right now?
Yeah, really busy. Just when I thought I'd get a break because the chapter's over, it's already time for the next one.
How's Keiichi? Busy? Yeah, he's moping.
I can hear you, you know. It must be nice having a wrap-up party. I wanted to go too.
You can come if you get some character art for yourself.
She just said fuck you. She literally just told Keiichi to go and fuck himself. Okay, I like Rika most, honestly. So far, I like Rika most.
Rika, that's a secret.
Sorry about that, Keiichi-kun. Anyways, during the current chapter, Keiichi-kun, didn't you die? We were just talking about who the culprit might be.
Oh.
Basically, we're deadlocked on whether it was people or Yashiro-sama's curse that killed you. I'm really sorry, even though you're busy reviewing the script. Keiichi-kun, which do you think it was?
That's obvious, isn't it?
Which?
Isn't it both of them? Targeted by suspicious people from the village and then cursed by some strange or Yashiro-sama on top of that. It's both humans and a curse. Everybody's just picking on me.
So very, very pitiful. Next time, I'll give you a good patting on the head.
This developer needs to learn when to trim his scenes. It's a never-ending stream of words. You're right. This goes on for a while. In the end, the opinion's still split, huh? I'll think this over again. We might have missed something. But not with me, please.
Well then, please look forward to the next release, Higurashi When They Cry, Watanagashi.
Oh wait, it's called Watanagashi? So is that gonna play a larger role? Oh, probably because they said it's gonna cover the history of the place a bit more, right? Oh my god, I finally woke up and it's the year 2099. Oh man. Alright, I've got a pretty decent idea of what we're gonna do with the last 5 minutes we got. And it finally ended. Is it here? No, it's not. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna reload the game. And we're gonna watch the opening again. Look, we've completed the game. We've got all achievements. Nice. Because I want to see the opening again and see if we can find some clues or stuff that we hadn't noticed the first time around. So let's go. Last thing we're going to do today. I'm going to watch the opening again. Oh, this is pretty loud. Maybe I gotta turn it down a bit. Alright.
Okay, so there's Rena. She looks kind of... That's Mion, that's Sadako. Why are they showing all of their boobs? Okay, that was Rena with a knife. Or her axe. There she is again. Looking nice. There she's cute. Why is Mion looking like that? What the fuck? That never happened. Rena looking very serious here. Is that Rika? Is that the teacher? Is she gonna play a larger role? Oh no, it's Sadako. Why does she look like that? Oh, there's Rika again. I think... Okay. Yeah, great. That's the okay. Okay, we got the feet. That is still creepy as fuck. Why do they look like that sometimes? What happened to me? Is that like full of spoilers? There are characters here that I've never even seen. Oh no, not the poor dying Higurashi again. Why is it getting burned? Poor thing. Completely forgot the game at this had this. This game is truly the anime opening of all time. Alright, so we have an opening of stuff that I think is probably representing the whole thing and not just one game, right? Because there was a lot of stuff that never happened in this one. A 3D Cicad. Yeah, it was amazing. Okay, so the next thing we would have to do would be going here for the second chapter. Okay. Yeah, we just saw something that we didn't want to see. Okay, that is fucking creepy. All right, I'm gonna close this now. Originally I only wanted to see how many achievements it has to see how long it is compared to the other one, but we saw something bad and I don't want to go back to bad. And thank you for spoiling me, I guess, Steam. That we're gonna get a fucking creepy Mion face. That's great. Thank you. That was definitely the last thing I wanted to see today. Yeah. All right. So, personally, I still think that Keiichi just went mental and imagined everything, or at least imagined most of what happened. There's definitely some sort of perpetrator. I think this director is very suspicious because of the van, because somebody removed evidence from the crime scene. I think Mion and Rena certainly were evil. I'm not sure about that. Because, and that's just my theory here. What if at the end there where Keiichi was held by Rena and Mion had the syringe. What if Mion didn't have a syringe? Because she said that the penalty for their game was the same as Tomitake-san's. She said that Keiichi's gonna have the same penalty as Tomitake-san. Tomitake-san actually had a penalty in the game.
And I wasn't dying to the syringe, but he got scribbled on with a pen. What if Keiichi was just delusional and they weren't actually trying to poke him with a syringe, but Mion was just holding a pen that looked like a syringe to him and wanted to scribble on his face or his clothes as a punishment for losing the game. And he flipped his shit and killed them for it. So you're saying a pen was a syringe? No, I'm saying that the same thing with the needle happened before, that there was something in the mochi, but it wasn't a needle because nobody ever found a needle. But what game? What do you mean, what game? The mochi thing. He was supposed to, like, look at it from Mion's view. She brought him mochi, and his school task, his homework, was to find out which mochi was made by Rena. And he never did. He never did. So according to their weird club rules that got established very deeply throughout the game, wouldn't it kind of make sense that he his punishment would be that they came over to his house uninvited and pinned him down? No, they came over to his house because Rena carried a injured Keiichi back to his house and probably wanted help. While talking about a mysterious figure and just creepily laughed in his face. I mean, the laughing can be easily explained by Keiichi just being paranoid and probably seeing them differently than they actually are. The whole director stuff is, yeah. So if my theory holds up, then the director would have to be the doctor, and they just call him director for some reason. And the doctor is actually evil, but Mion and Rena wouldn't know. Because the director definitely took stuff from the crime scene, so there has to be something there. Or it was Oishi, but I don't see why they would do that. That makes no sense there. So yeah, I'm rolling with that. And that's my theory. But that's just a theory. A game theory. Very right, Jay. No, but that's just what I think. It might be wrong. I don't know. I mean, there are 8 main games to this, right? And we only played the first one, which they called the prologue. It scares the shit out of me. But we're done for today. We finished Higurashi. We finally did it. We finally did it. It took a lot longer than I expected, but we did it. I'm not 100% sure yet what I'm gonna do for the next Monday stream. What's after this game? I don't know. I was thinking about... Well, we have multiple things we could do, right? Monday is still basically throw shit at the wall day. We could do another duck stream, even though Dinkler probably wouldn't enjoy that. But I kind of want to play the Duck Simulator DLC at some point. We could do Minecraft, because apparently some people want to do that. And we had Alex actually send me this long-ass explanation on how to set up a Minecraft server for multiplayer. So we might do that at some point. Maybe not next week. Maybe just sometime.
Tinkler crying right now. Something like that. We could do another Smash Bros stream. That was fun, I think. I don't know. Definitely not Higurashi. I want to continue the series. I do. But I also don't want to over expose me and others to the series in a way where people aren't excited for it anymore. I think this game took a lot out of us. It was fun. It was interesting. And I'm looking forward to playing the rest. But I'm not... I don't think it would be a good idea to jump back into the next one straight after this. We need to give it a few weeks at least. Is Higurashi going to be another poll, or is it going to be just a reoccurring thing like Souls? I'm not sure yet. But we're definitely taking a break from it for a few weeks at least. Just to let everything sink in and make people excited for the next chapter. I don't want you guys sitting there and thinking, oh no, it's another Higurashi stream. I want you guys to be excited when we decide to do another Higurashi stream. So yeah, it'll probably work something like that. But I also like your opinion on that. So if your opinion is different, for example, if Mick says, hey, I want Higurashi as fast as possible, and some others say that as well, we might do it faster than I personally expected. But from the way I think you guys reacted to the game over the course of us playing it, I think you'd probably be fine with a few weeks of break, and then see what the next chapter has in store for us. So yeah, I think we're gonna do that. Otherwise, you're always free to message me on any social media about your opinions and stuff. You know, I want your opinions and like to listen to that and like to see what you guys would want to see. Anyways, we are way over time. Definitely take a break. Okay, I get the message. For Wednesday, as you probably already see, as you've already saw, we're gonna do more Celeste. Probably gonna finish the story because apparently we're pretty close to the end as well. And after that, it's gonna be challenge stuff for Celeste, like the B-sides and C-sides. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do all of them because apparently they're really hard, and I've already struggled a lot with Super Meat Boy. But I at least kind of want to give it a shot and see how far I can get. Maybe we'll even finish. I don't know. But for the rest of the week, it's Celeste time. I think it's a fun little game. Gives us a lot of opportunity to just talk a bit as well, because it's not super story heavy. So I've been liking the stream so far for Celeste. We're probably going to do that for another 2 to 3 weeks or so, depending on how long it takes me to finish the levels and how big the skill issue actually is. Anyways, thank you for being here. I think Higurashi definitely was an experience. This was wild. I'm need to have that sink in. Definitely. If you want, we can talk theories on the Discord. That would be interesting to me. Anyways, thank you. Have a great day. I'll see you guys on Wednesday. We need Rena and Demon Souls. Oh. Yeah, don't forget Demon Souls is after Celeste. So we're either gonna make Rena or Rin. And with that, I'll leave you with that thought. Goodbye.